Okay. Have I done it? I think it's working. Did it? Oh, yay. Okay. Oh my gosh. They hid the go live button from me and I was having the worst time. Thank you so much to Morning Shade for coming in and helping me get it figured out. All right. That was a debacle, but here we are. All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for being patient with me. I appreciate you. Now all of my stuff is just everywhere. It's all right. We're just going to move on. All right. So today we are going to be working on the ice hat, which if you guys haven't gotten it already, there is a link in the description. I don't know for sure if YouTube has allowed me to have clickable links in my description yet. So if it's not, please just copy paste. Otherwise, you can go to Ravelry, and the spelling of the person's name is in the description for that. So at least you can copy and paste. It is a paid pattern that is going to be all of the proceeds for this pattern are going to supporting people in Minnesota and making sure that they can get groceries and legal care and all of that. So I will not be sharing the pattern live on stream today. So if you would like to crochet along with us, make sure that you've got that. So we are also going to be calling our reps a couple of times today. I am going to show you how to get the numbers for that if you guys haven't already, and we'll come up with a script together and everything. But I'm thinking let's just go ahead and get started. All right. All right. Bear with me, first stream ever. Well, not ever, but first crochet stream. All right. So hello, everybody who has followed in advance. I really appreciate all of the support that I've already received. It's absolutely crazy how many people were interested in something like this. You can put clickable links in the description. You usually, yes, but you have to have had the account for longer than like a week or something like that. And then it made me verify stuff, and then it takes 24 hours after verification for stream or for links to become clickable. So that should be any minute now, but I don't know when it's gonna count it. So we'll see. But yeah, let me double check real fast while let's switch back to chatting for a second. I will check if I can do that real fast. Oh, how is everybody's shutdown doing? Is there anybody here who didn't go to work today or didn't go to school today? That is what I want to talk about for a second. I should be working, but for me, it's not so much of an act of defiance because I already work from home. So I'm just gonna not look at or respond to my emails today. And that's just kind of where I'm at. But yeah, what is everybody else doing? All right, let me double check. Yeah, it's saying I still can't do the clickable links. That is so silly. From Canada. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for joining us then. I appreciate your support. If the descriptions for the video and everything wasn't super clear already, of course, this is an activism stream. All of the proceeds, I don't know quite how the proceeds work for YouTube and Twitch right now. Not super great with that yet, but we are doing, or I'm trying to do, it looks like Twitch is actually having a hard time, so if you're from Twitch and you can hear me, do let me know. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so all of the proceeds that come from this stream and the video afterwards are going to be going toward VEAP, which is a pantry in the Twin Cities, Minnesota, that is absolutely just hauling to get everybody who's afraid to leave their houses some groceries. So I'm not sure exactly how the donating works or if I even have that set up yet. So just bear with me for a second. But that is what this channel is going to be all about. We're going to be picking a different nonprofit that specifically is working toward helping the oppressed and the poor to kind of get out a little bit ahead. So we'll just go ahead and get started. This is our first stream, and I haven't streamed in like 8 years. So I'm gonna rely on you guys to tell me when something breaks. I'm not sure if Twitch is up, to be honest. I'm not entirely certain if Twitch is even working right now. I don't know that it is. We might close down Twitch. I might be too fresh-faced for a multi-stream right now. So, all right, let's just go ahead and get started then. Let's see. So I'm using this like really nice. Twitch is live. Okay, is it like keeping up with me? Because on mine, the thing says that it's like buffering, but it might just be because it does want me to. Tried commenting there, but I'm having trouble logging in. Oh, I gotcha. All right, well, if there's anybody else there. Alrighty, so thanks so much everybody for coming. I'm so excited to be starting this. I've been thinking about starting this community up for a long time, and I'm just now getting around to it. Oh, Twitch is ahead of YouTube. That's interesting. I'm just now getting around to it, but basically my thought for this channel was not necessarily that everybody should crochet, but that everybody should bring their joy. And whatever that is, whether it's playing a chill video game with us or doing any type of fiber craft or painting or something artistic, whatever brings you joy that you can do while having a conversation, that's what this channel is all about. And I would really love to have everybody join our Discord, where we will also be having a section of channels there for protest events that are going on, any sort of national events. You can post local events if there's people in your area. And you know, scripts for calling your reps, which we are going to do a couple of times on this stream. For those who would like to be involved and would like to get things done, but don't really know exactly what to say or how to express that. We're going to have all kinds of resources for activism and making a difference. So, you know, and the whole concept is like, in a world that strives to keep us sad and depressed and benefits from us being depressed, we have to work extra hard to kind of protect our joy and be happy, and it's hard to do. And so the best way to do that, of course, is to get in a community of people who are like-minded, who are also having a hard time, but who can sort of heal together and have a good time despite everything. And I want to be switch scenes here again. I want to be super clear. Our channel is not doing art to ignore the activism that needs to be done. This is a quick recharge and resources to get involved, if that makes sense. So we recharge together, we have a community together, and the whole purpose of this is to get out and actually do something with it. Like, everybody who is not working today is participating in the national shutdown, which is fantastic. And if that's all you can do today, that's totally fine. But what I've decided to do today is to build a community that I think people can benefit from, because the amount of people that I have spoken to that don't have the space for this, they don't have the space to do something, and they don't have, like, they're too depressed or it makes them too sad. Like, that is what I'm aiming to fix here, is creating a space where we can safely recharge and refill our cup so that we can get back out there and fight this. So the art is not the activism. It's what you do with the art afterwards that is the activism. Don't let crocheting replace going and marching. All right, let's see. I'm gonna get to this now. We're gonna get started. Let's see. All right. Okay. All right, let's see. Video up on YouTube, yes. So after, all the streams are going to stay up, and usually, I am a pattern creator, so I usually am going to be making my own stuff. So everything is going to be sort of a tutorial for that. And I would also love to start like teaching crocheting. So we'll have like a lot of videos up on YouTube. This will stay up after we're done here. And I might even cut it down so that it's easier to watch. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Sorry, this is the counting part. 18, 19. Crocheters know where I'm at. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. All right. Yeah, of course, of course. Yeah, and this is kind of our a little bit our channel intro as well. Because this is I literally I was not going to, as you can tell, I was kind of unprepared this morning. And I was not going to start this soon, but I felt inclined that the shutdown was a really good time to kind of reach out to people and get this community started. The goal of this, of course, is to get the community started and create a place where people can start to recharge our activism batteries, because heaven knows they're getting low for a lot of people. And I know people who won't even look at this, won't even look at the news because they're just too sad about it, which is not helping us. So we're, wanting to create a place where we can sort of recharge and create a happy place for people. It's 25 chains. If you're looking for the pattern is down below in the description if you guys need it. I'm not gonna put the pattern up on stream. Usually we will. Usually we will have the pattern up on screen, but because this is not my pattern and it is a paid pattern, I won't be sharing it on stream. Let's see. And all proceeds for the pattern go toward helping Minnesota, by the way. So do get it if you're crocheting along with us. Please do go and purchase it. Let's see. It's 25 chains. Slip stitch into second chain from hook. Slip stitch in the back loop of the chain on the end. Holy moly! Wait, what? Slip stitch into the second chain from the hook. Done. And slip stitch in the back loop of the chain to the end of the chain. Oh, it's just saying slip stitch all the way through. Why didn't it just say 25 slip stitches? Okay, that's fine. They're trying, it's alright. Or maybe that is how it's supposed to be written and I just don't know things. It's extremely possible. I'm gonna go down a hook size. I'm not liking how this is looking. Bear with me just a second. Now, it's possible I'm not really liking these plastic hooks as much as I would like to have liked them. They're sort of giving me a hard time. They're a little bit, what's the word? Grabby, I guess. They don't really, they don't slide as well as I'd like, but let's try the smaller hook. This will probably be what I'm looking for here. All right. And I'm not super sure what part of the pattern I'm even working on right now, because this seems too small to be anything. You hate the plastic hooks. I think I do too. I think I do too. It's unfortunate though, because this is like a really cool, it's a gift actually that my sister got for me, and I'm so, so very grateful for it. And it's really neat. It's got like, I think it's off-brand, which I think might be the problem, but it's like a really cool set. Like it goes all the way up to, what size is this? 14? I don't think I've ever even done anything that's size 14. But like that's a neat set, and it's got like the plastic, like the translucent and the metal ones. And then this other grip has counters on it and lights up, which is pretty neat when you're crocheting in the dark or if you have bad eyes like me. But unfortunately, I think just I'm too used to the aluminum hooks, I think is my problem, honestly. Red yarn with sparkle in it. Oh my gosh, I have sparkly yarn. This one. Where is it? Right there. That's the pink sparkle yarn from Michaels that came out during this Christmas season, if that's what you're talking about. I totally love that yarn. I'm sure there's other sparkle yarns though, so you might not be talking about like... Oh my goodness, Pixie Nuts, thank you so much for the follow. So Twitch is working. I'm so glad Twitch is working. I don't know if the chat's working because it's not coming through on my OBS. Let me check. Doesn't look like there's any chats in there yet. Pixie, will you chat with us super fast so that I can see if our stuff is working? At Michael's. Oh, you did get it at Michael's? Yeah, that's good stuff. I almost got the, so I got my sparkly pink yarn for, I did a project for my mom. I do these dolls, which you can kind of see in the background here. These are my daughters. But I did the Sugar Plum Princess and the Nutcracker and the Mouse King as a Christmas gift for my mother this last year, and I used that sparkly pink yarn for the Sugar Plum Princess's dress, because I'll be darned if the version of the Sugar Plum Princess I make is not the Barbie one. Like, that's the true one. I really wish... I saw that there was a live action one that Disney put out of the Nutcracker, and I started watching it, and it's like not good. Like, I'm a huge Nutcracker fan, and I have yet to find a version that is better than the Barbie one. Like, how kind of sad is that? Like, nothing against Barbie, but like, I really wish that they would make, freaking... I wish that they would make a live action that's like good. Not that there's anything wrong with Barbie. Summer Psycho, oh my gosh! I remember you. I almost said your real name on stream. I'm sorry, I totally almost doxed you. So nice to see you again. Oh, thank you. Yeah, you know, honestly, I've been thinking about returning to streaming for a long, long time. And I think the problem that I had with it before was just that I didn't have anything that I was super passionate about. So for people who just got here, I actually used to stream back in 2017 through 2021-ish. I used to be on a semi-pro Overwatch team, actually, if you can believe it. And so I used to do a lot of streaming for them, for the esports team that I was on, and just for fun also. And so yeah, that was a good time. And I kind of re-picked up all of the channels from scratch, back from where I left them in 2021. So when I hit play on Twitch, it actually still had my stream data from when I last streamed in 2021, which I thought was really interesting. But yeah, so we're back, and we have a cause now, and I'm really excited about it, and I am really psyched about the potential that this community has and the idea that I have for it. You know, just creating a safe place to refill your cup so that you can go out and get things done. And yeah, so I'm super psyched about it. Everybody do please join on Discord if you haven't already. We're starting up our Discord again from scratch, so you made gnomes with it. I love that. Sparkly red gnomes. That's fantastic. Definitely. So in the Discord, there's actually a channel for posting all of your art and stuff. So I would love to see them if you would join us. All right, let's see. Slip stitch in the back with the fingers. Down at the end of the row. Okay. What? Oh. I understand now. So I'm looking at this, and it's slip stitches back and forth, which is like weird. It's driving me crazy a little bit. And I'm like trying to figure out what part of the hat I'm doing. This is the tassel that's gonna be on top of the hat. I'm like, how is this gonna be a hat? Okay, now I understand. We understand. We're here. All right, let's see. Okay, so we're gonna chain one and turn, I think. Slip stitch into the back loop of each stitch. What? No, repeat row 2 until ribbing fits snugly around your head, lightly stretched. Girl? Okay, so this is just the ribbing. I lied to you. I lied. This is not the tassel. This is the ribbing around the hat. So we're just doing slip stitches until the ribbing I probably should have watched the video to kind of get an idea for what in the world we're doing. I feel like crocheting, I benefit from seeing it done once, like watching a video tutorial just one time, so that I can tell like what part of the thing that I'm doing. I've also seen a lot of places, a lot of patterns where they will tell you, like before you start, it will say this part we're working on is this. But alas. Yeah, it is the hat band. You're right. You're right. You have the pattern. It's the band. Thank you. I'm sorry. I don't know when you posted that. It could have been like a minute ago that I was sitting here trying to figure this out. And you answered the question, but thank you. The tassel is braided. Oh, that's good to know. That'll be easy. All right, I am going to go and get my aluminum hooks because I am having a hard time. So bear with me one second. My 4.5 is not here. I don't know where it went. So I guess I will have to use this. That's fine. This set does have metal, a couple metal ones though. So I'm hoping that it's like a decent quality metal. So glad that you got the pattern and you're doing it with us, by the way. All right, let's try that. Okay. So it seems like we're just doing, is that on camera? Yeah. It seems like we're just doing back loop only slip stitches like forever is what it sounds like. Slip stitches make me kind of uncomfortable. I have a hard time with slip stitches. I feel like my issue with slip stitches is that I am just not fast at slip stitches, which seems like it should be faster than a single crochet, but it's like when you get so used to doing single crochet, anything else seems like you have to relearn it. And is it back loop only, or is it just a regular slip stitch? Back loop. Slip stitch into the back loop of each stitch. Pay attention to the last stitch. You can hide the count. At the end of the road, turn. Yeah, okay, so it's back loop only. It's good to know. I promise I'm usually faster than this. Oh my gosh. My tension might be bad. So this yarn I got for a very specific purpose. It's this really nice, I don't know if it shows up on camera, but it's like this really nice, like scarlet, almost pinkish scarlet. I don't know where the little info band thing that goes around it went, but it's like a really nice wool-like type of yarn that is just so fun, and it's so soft. I actually got it for this doll, the red one. I got it for her dress, but then I got to it and I just didn't quite like it. I was trying to make the two dolls sort of match, and this was a little bit too vibrant. I wanted to do a little more of a muted fall tones situation. So I just ended up having this yarn that is so beautiful, that I love so much, that I've just never done anything with. So I was psyched to be able to use it. You need to be, oh right, needed to be a follower. I did not mean to do that. I needed to be a follower for 10 minutes. I'm gonna fix that because I did not mean to do that. I don't know how to fix that. Bear with me 1 second. Followers only chat 10 minutes. No, we're gonna do zeros. That's fine. 0 minutes? No followers only. I want to turn off followers only. How do I just turn it off? There we go. That would be why nobody is chatting with us. Except for Summer, who's from our previous stream. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good on that. So everybody on Twitch, you guys can talk now. Sorry that was on followers only. I know that that's like super lame. How's the music balance, by the way? It's okay for me, but can you guys hear me well over it? Can you even hear the music? Thank you so much, Pixie. Yeah, you know, honestly, I just couldn't be sad anymore, you know? I just, because there's not always a march you can go to, and there's not always an event, and sometimes you go to so many marches and you're just not even sure if you're doing anything, and I had to have something. I had to have something that sort of, oh my gosh, Kirby, hello! Everybody, Kirby was a moderator, and I think probably our like top contributor to the stream. last time I was streaming. So welcome back, Kirby. So nice to hear from you. Notifications suck. They do. I'm sorry. Probably need to post in the Discord. I used to have a bot that would tell the Discord every time I was live. Oh my gosh, guys. These slip stitches are gonna kill me. Look how long it's taken me to do 3 rows. How long have we been live? 30 minutes? Oh. I feel like a newbie. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. You get used to doing single crochets. They're so dang fast, and then patterns call for new stitches. You know, honestly, pause. It might actually be the hook. It might be my hook. I don't know if I like this hook. But I don't have my 4.5 on me. Oh, where it's gone. It's probably in one of my work in progress bags. So we're gonna do the 5 and just have a tighter tension. Don't do what I do. Don't listen to me. That's not smart. Don't do it. This is probably gonna change everything, but it will also make it so that it goes a little bit faster, which might be nice. I don't know. You've been yarning to watch? Nice. I should make a little Kirby plush. That would be so easy. Probably do it in like an hour. That would be fun. I have a sparkly pink yarn I could use for it. We were just talking about that. Oh, boy. I am struggling. There we go. I'm also not loving my mic setup. It's on my desk, which from when I streamed before is like a big no-no, because then anytime something touches the desk even lightly, it picks it up. So if I touch the desk, like everything will resonate so much. And so that's kind of bugging me. So, hey, the bright side here is that this content will only continue to get better because I rushed to start this today for the shutdown, which I don't regret, but did cause a couple of the things that I would like to be active to not be active. Like we don't really have a stream bot right now. I would have liked to have commands ready to go. This is my first multi-stream ever. We've never done multi-stream before, so we've got people coming in from Twitch and YouTube, which is neato. And the reason I decided to do that this time is because I do want to have the VODs available after streaming, and I don't want to have to edit all of them myself. And YouTube does that. So, Return of the Queen. Oh, Kirby, you're so sweet. Stop it. Yeah, you know, honestly, I wasn't expecting a lot of people to come back from the old days, to be honest, because we're not playing video games, and I don't know how many of them agree with my politics, even though in my opinion, this is past politics at this point. In my opinion, this is not political. This is ethics. So, and I think that that's kind of the sentiment across the internet from what I've seen, is that this is no longer a right versus left issue. So I'm hoping that that sentiment will eventually be reflected in our leadership and that someone will do something about it, but until then we strike. No? No what? I'm sorry. The delay. No to it being a left versus right issue? Making you feel old? Yeah, exactly, right? Thank you, Summer. Oh my gosh, I am really struggling with this. It's because I changed hook sizes. It's gonna get easier. It's gonna be okay. Stop being sweet. I love it. So I'm hoping that when I get through this freaky row, it'll get easier because I changed hook sizes and I should not have done that because I have my toxic trait as a crocheter is that I have a really, really tight tension just naturally, and I have tried to correct it so much, but I just like, I don't know what my problem is. I just like cannot let the yarn be loose. All right, I'm gonna have to find my smaller hook. Give me like 3 seconds. All right, you. I need like a hook organizer. I just have them in this little bin. There's a 4. 4 is probably too small though. Yeah, it's not here. I could use my 4. Delay is extra. I got you. Messed up house decor in any video game I can. I love that for you, honestly. So I do have these 2 size 4s. But the boy is always a little bit bigger for me. So this might translate to a 4.5. But I also don't really like the boy hooks. So, is that how you say it? Okay. Does anybody have a different way to say the BOYE brand for crochet? Is it boy? Because in videos I've heard it said like a couple different ways. I say boy. But it's also like a weird name. The boy hooks versus the girl hooks. I don't know. I guess, because this one is Susan Bates. And she's a woman. So the boy hooks and the girl hooks. The boy's looking for beans. There's me and the boys up at 2 a.m. looking for beans. Oh boy. Yep. I think the verdict, I'm casting a final verdict. Natalie does not like slip stitches. Why do I have such a hard time with this? Look how slow I'm going. This is so frustrating, honestly. This is gonna be forever. That's alright. So something that I did kind of want to talk about on this stream, for the most part, I do want to keep it positive where possible. So like on stream, we're going to talk about the wins and the things that we're working through that have, you know, positive endings and stuff like that. And that's not to say that we're ignoring any of the negativity, because heaven knows there's a lot of it. But what this stream will be is a place for people who are overwhelmed to sort of get back to full function. And in order to do that, it needs to be a safe place for people to go. So, thank you. They do, right? Like, I'm having a hard time. I need to chill with my tension, I think. I don't do, I do Ami. I do a lot of plushies. So like tight tension there is great, but I think that's why I struggle so much. with doing accessories and stuff, because I'm literally having to fight every single stitch. So that means that the rim of this hat might be a little lopsided, because I am going to get my tension right at some point. I'm trying to kind of loosen up here a little bit. I wonder if I should use... No, because I just switched back from the size 5. See, if I rest my elbows on the table, you can hear that like creaking sound of the table. I need to get my microphone up off of the desk. I think that would be good. Here we go. All right. Relax. No tension. Just relax. Come across as negative. Come across negative news algorithms designed like that on purpose. It really is. And the thing is to be very aware of, I think with that, is that they do that on purpose. And I don't think, okay, yeah, see? Thank you. You're right. My stitches were very tight, and using the wrong hook size is definitely not helpful for that. But yeah, so this is gonna go a little bit better. Back loop only. Slip stitches are the death of me, I think. I've decided that just now. You don't hear the creaking, so when I rest my elbows on it like here, that creaking doesn't come across. It comes across in my headphones, but maybe it's not so bad. That would be good if it was not so bad, because this is the most comfortable for me. But yeah, what was I saying? But yeah, so they do the negativity on purpose, because that's what gets clicks and likes and follows, which I kind of think is, you know, obviously it's manipulative, but I also don't know that it's true. Like, okay, good to know. Okay, then I am going to just keep doing what I was doing. I'm going to be comfy and put my little elbows on the table then. But I don't know if the like only negative things get follows or get interactions is necessarily true. I just think that there's so much of it that that's what people have come to expect. And, you know, anybody who creates any kind of content knows that you do, to a certain extent, need to create what people are expecting to see. So I just feel like if we could just not take news so seriously, or kind of, I don't know, like remove the power that these, I'm talking major news stations, CNN, Fox, if we could just convince everybody to not take them so seriously, I think that a lot of the negativity would straight up go away, just because it wasn't the norm anymore. Like, that's kind of how I feel about it. Oh yeah, exactly. 100%. And that's the thing, is like, if you're the type of person who engages with negative content, well, that was a single crochet. If you're the type of person who engages a lot with negative content, you're going to see more of it. And even if the comments are to remind people to be positive, or, you know, to, you know, counter some of the misinformation. My gosh, I am having the hardest time with these slip stitches. I swear I crochet. This is not my first crochet. You would not know that by looking at me right now, though. I tell ya. Like, it's not really helping, because you can't really change minds. Like, it's like we're not gonna change minds, you know. And I think a lot of the time people just need to make those decisions on their own. So if you are engaging in negative content, even to tell people that it's going to be okay, like, you're not really helping, you know? Like, I think the best thing that somebody can do in that situation is to put out positive content of your own to kind of counter it, or to intentionally follow positive things. Like, I have been just absolutely curating my feeds lately, because there are so many good things happening. Like, I am so proud of Minnesota right now, and I am so proud to be an American, which I don't know, 'cause saying that felt weird. It did. Because America is in a spot right now. And our dear, national neighbors are literally texting to see if we're okay. So it's like, I don't know if I'm necessarily proud to be an American right now, but no, you know what? I am. I'm making a decision right now. I am proud to be an American. I really am. Because we're on strike right now. Like, it sucks that it got this far. But if you think about it, we have been sort of building a culture of laziness for a long time. And I think with the back and forth, because we've been going from Republican to Democrat, Republican to Democrat, Republican to Democrat, every time we elect somebody, for the most part, and every time that happens, it sort of ratchets up, the amount of executive actions that presidents feel like they need to do, because they feel like in their short amount of time, they have to do something that's going to last. And so they use executive actions and things like that, and that sort of perpetuates the disconnect, I think. And so because we've been in this system for, I would say it probably started getting bad in the 80s. Like, it was only a matter of time. I heard somebody say that the United States government is a loaded gun that we have been passing around just waiting for somebody to fire it off. Because we have built a system with extremely little accountability for our leadership. And for the most part, that was fine, because all anybody ever did was just be dumb or lazy, or we just didn't like them. But now it's in the hands of somebody who actually would like to see the world burn, and we're seeing all of the issues with the structure that we've built. And, I do think we're gonna win. I do think we're gonna beat this, and I don't necessarily feel like it's gonna go to a civil war, to be honest. I think it's trying to cause civil unrest and possibly a civil war so that he can stay in power. 100%. 100% that's what he's trying to do. But I think that's why I'm proud to be an American, is I don't think it's gonna get that far. I really don't. Like, how many people has ICE killed now? Like, I know this is not the positivity, but we're going to a positive light, so just bear with me. I think we're at, like, as far as died in custody, I think we're at like 32. And like murdered on the streets, I think we're at 9. Are we at 9? I know a lot of people think that it's 2, which is interesting. And if that's you, if you thought that there were 2, that's okay. Because I am not proud to say that I am somebody who my rage hit, I think, the ceiling with Renee. And I am not proud to say that it is common for white people to displace themselves until the chaos is at our front door. Not proud of it. Trying to unlearn those bad behaviors so that my girls will not have to unlearn these behaviors. But the actual number is, I think, at like 7 or 9. So, and that reminds me, next week, for Valentine's Day, actually, we are working on heart garlands, which will be decorative crocheted heart garlands. But we're going to be doing 1 heart for everybody who has died in ICE custody that we know of, because unfortunately that's probably a really large number. But I think it's something like 30 to 35-ish hearts we're going to be doing on stream next year, or next week, next Friday. So mark your calendars, same time. It's a real weird time to realize you're pansexual and non-binary. I'm that surprised. I'm not surprised. Not that I figured or anything like that, but because I just am not shocked about that kind of stuff anymore. Good for you, honestly. Like, good for making that decision and being public about it. Like, honestly, I'm very, very happy and proud for you. I am curious though. It's a weird time to realize I'm pansexual. Are you talking about like recently? Like on the verge of civil war is a weird time to realize you're pansexual? Or do you mean literally right now on this stream? With the government and all. Oh yeah. Not a great time for it, but you know, honestly, like I said, one of the things I am really proud of is just how many people have just really just absolutely come out of the woodwork to say, no, you know what? This is not okay. People are people. It doesn't matter who you love. Like, even some of the Republicans, I saw this, the funniest, oh my gosh, funniest meme that maybe I'll put in the Discord actually, because it's so funny. But I don't know if I should like tell the punchline of this meme or if I should just post it. But it got shut down. I know, I heard about that. That was one of the other things I was really angry about, because I have siblings that are LGBTQ. I have a bi sister and a bi sister-in-law, and 2 of my siblings are still very young and could make any decision at this point. Hate him now and regret their decision. I have been seeing a lot of that sentiment, which I do actually appreciate. So let me tell you a little bit about where I'm coming from here. So I am currently in the state of Utah, which is going through a lot of stuff that's not making it on the news. And I can kind of get into that later, but for now, just know that it has largely been a red state. We're very religious, but it's a different kind of religion. Not really, it's still Christianity. But because we're very religious, it has been red. Like, they've kind of had, Republicans have sort of had a, what is it called? A, corner on the market for religion, which is unfortunate because I can't get religious people in my life, like religious Republicans, to tell me a single Christ-like thing that Trump has ever embodied, like ever. They just like won't answer the question. Nobody has ever told me that they don't know or that they can't think of one, but they always change the subject. Like, do anyone else Republicans in your life? They don't answer questions. They just like change the subject. That's where I'm at right now. But unfortunately, I was raised very Republican, and I think that that used to be kind of ambiguous. It used to be family-centric, and it used to be, I don't know, I'm young. I don't know what it was like in the 80s, but I think when I was growing up, I thought that it was the compassionate party. And it's so crazy to have grown up and be in a situation now where my mother is still a very devout Trump supporter. I don't know if she's MAGA. I hope she's not MAGA. She has never told me that she was MAGA, but she may just intentionally not be telling me that she is. So I don't know. I don't think she is. But she still thinks he's pretty cool. And she told me in an argument recently that she has been kind of active in the drama, you know, calling her congressman and telling them that she would like to have an ICE presence in Utah. And it's so crazy because I think the part that's so upsetting about that is that, so I have 2 babies. I have 2 baby girls. And we cannot get healthcare. Can't get it. I do a lot of work for nonprofits. And my actual job that I get paid for, I don't make a lot of money at yet because I'm part-time and it's a marketing job, so it's just kind of like when there are jobs to do. And so I don't have healthcare, and it's really hard for me to have a conversation with my mother and not think that she is the reason that I can't bring my babies to the doctor. You know? And that's like really, really hard for me. And so it's been difficult for me to even want to have a relationship with her at this point. And I have considered going non-communication, but it's like, I don't want to do that to my kids. But at the same time, I don't want my kids to be raised to like hate people. It's really hard. Anybody else have MAGA family? Let's see. Summer says, your non-religious MAGA father calls you brainwashed and a conspiracy theorist, and then changes the subject. Yeah. So crazy. They live in a different world. Like, it is so crazy to me. A lot has happened the past years. Personally, I've learned to be more happy with my feelings. I'm so glad for you. That is so exciting. I'm so glad. You remember the part of the Bible where Jesus threw hands at the corrupt temple leaders? You know what's funny is MAGA really likes to quote that as like justification for violence, which boggles my freaking mind. Boggles my mind. It's just insanity. Okay, I really need to loosen my freaking stitches. Like, what am I doing right now? I'm gonna be here forever just doing these flippin', what am I doing? Slip stitches. If I don't loosen up my flippin' tension. It does. Yeah. I voted for Trump anyway. Yeah. See, and here's my thing with voting. Moira Rose. I'm so sorry. I don't know who that is. Moira Rose? I'm sorry if I just like aged myself. Or date myself. Is that what it is? Sorry if I just dated myself. I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. Don't yell. Did I yell? What? Oh, no, stream elements. Oh, because of caps. I need to take that off. Sorry. Like I said, I kind of rushed into starting the stream today because I wanted to have it ready for the shutdown. So I need to go in and like get my bot to chill out. I hope it didn't time you out or anything, did it? I hope. Character on Schitt's Creek. Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I don't know why, but I've never gotten around to watching that. That is sad. What happened? I don't know anything about her. Was she... I hope she was older? You want to yell? Yeah. Sorry. I'll make it so that you can yell on the next stream, I promise. She was the mom on Home Alone. Oh, no! Her, I know. Oh, no. That is so sad. Man, she wasn't that old. Why did she... What happened? Do you know what happened? Okay, I'm not loving these stitches, to be honest. I'm having a hard time here. Can we ask our favorite actors to stop dying? You know, honestly, I kind of was thinking about that the other day. And I think it's possible that we're just getting old. She was 71. That is so crazy. 71 is not that old. Oh, for a woman too. Like, she should have had at least 10 more years. Oh, that's horrible. See, I keep trying to make single crochets, and then I have to go back. And that is also slowing me down, which is frustrating. See, and back to your comment, too, about that your parents voted for Trump. I don't really hold that against people. I don't. I think that he said a lot of things that he knew people needed to hear. And I think that he made a lot of people very scared. And I don't blame them. And the thing is, too, is you have to look at the options that they had. I do believe he was the worst of the two, but I also can understand why people voted for him over Harris. Because not even the Democratic Party believed in Harris. They didn't. She was a scapegoat. Like, and I think that's why a lot of people, like, I am not a Democrat. I am not. I am very pissed off at our Democratic leaders because I don't feel like they're doing anything. I think that a lot of them are so scared to lose their jobs. I have a tangle already. Like, this is from the factory. Why do I already have a tangle? I'm also mad about this. But more so, I'm angry that our Democratic leaders aren't doing anything for us. I have a really cool local Democrat leader. I believe he's a state senator. He is a state senator here in Utah. Nate Bluen is his name. What's my alarm? Nate Bluen is a Democrat here that I think is really genuinely fantastic. But I think the problem is that local Democrats are not really the ones that are winning elections. And I think those are usually the ones who care. But there are so many, like up in the higher ups, that are just not doing anything to help. And I am pissed off about that. And so I think that what I think happened is that when it started looking like Biden wasn't going to win, the Democratic Party substituted him out for somebody they knew would lose. And I think they did that to her on purpose. I think they scapegoated her. I think that when it looked like the Democrats were going to lose, instead of taking the loss, they decided that they would sorry if that was loud for you guys. My phone was going off and I did not hear it. But when it started looking like Biden was going to lose, I think that they substituted in somebody who they knew would lose, so that instead of saying that the Democrats don't have it or that they're falling behind, they could blame Kamala instead and just be like, oh, she just wasn't very good. Which is really frustrating because I think she was great. I think that she was a fantastic candidate. So I am very mad at the Democratic Party for that and for, not organizing us, not telling us what to do, being a part of the game. I am not a Democrat, don't get me wrong. But let's see. Couldn't we just do single crochet? I tried what you're doing and I don't like them either. Thank you. Okay, so it's not just me. I'm feeling like I've never crocheted before in my life. I do not like how this is turning out. I think it's supposed to be so that it's stretchy, but I'm not really, and maybe it's just because my stitches have been really tight, but I'm not liking it. So I think I probably am going to finish this row and go to single crochets. It will also be faster, which I think would be good because I would like to finish this on stream. So yeah, we're going to switch to single crochets after this. Donate your blood. Vampires are hungry. Oh my goodness. I can't read that. MSV plays and creates. Thank you so much for the follow. For some reason that didn't come across on my activity feed. I had to read it on the stream. Well, thank you so much. Hi, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Let's see. This will take a long time to reach around your head. Could you start the hat part soon? Yeah. Yeah, we can probably skip to the hat part. It's because they aren't doing anything that they should lose their job. I agree. It's I don't know. I think that they're also bought. I'm gonna move my phone. I'm part of an organization here in Utah that is fighting with our legislators, and the chat on that group just goes and goes and goes all day because we're getting down to crunch time on one of the things that we needed to do. So anyway. Hey MSB, how are you? I'm trying to find a conversion for the loom. Oh, for the hat? I mean, let me think. I haven't seen one, but it honestly might just be I don't know. I'm not super familiar with the loom, and I know that people can get really tricky with it, but it seems to me like you might not be able to do the pointy top, the sort of beret edge. I don't know how you would do that on the loom. But you could just do a red beanie and put a tassel on it. I think that would also, if you're thinking about going out and wearing it for marches and stuff, I think that would probably do it. I think people would understand what you were doing. So I would just look up like a regular beanie like demonstration and do it that way. That's what I would do on the loom. That's probably a good idea. If I were donating these to like a march or something, I would probably do it on a loom. My sister has one of those, the crank looms that goes so fast. They're awesome. So I would probably steal that. You're using the Tunisian stitch for your hat band and it goes really fast. I need to learn the Tunisian stitch. I have seen it all over the place. I've seen it everywhere, but I have never like taken the time to learn it because I have always just had a project that I needed to get done and that didn't ask for it, you know? So it's like I'm kind of in this situation where I'm not learning new stitches and stuff unless a pattern calls for it, which I need to get over because Tunisian is way cool, and I do need to figure out a way to do things faster because I would like to do a shop or something eventually. Like, I don't know if that's in the cards for me or not, but I think it would be fun. Now that I'm doing single crochets, I'm back to having really tight stitches. I'm not sure what's happening to me right now. Ugh. This is not the first time I've crocheted. Like, just throwing that out there because I realize what it looks like. You're using, oh, yeah. I need to, and it also might be this yarn. Like, I'm kind of fighting with my yarn a little bit. It's one of those where it says that it's size 4, but if you pull it tight, it's like easily a size 2. And I think that because that mixed with just my tension, which is always too tight, I'm having a hard time with this design, honestly. I just need to remember to like pull out the stitch a little bit like that. Ugh. You know what? We might take a break from the band. No, because I need to finish the band though to see how many stitches the body is supposed to be, like the top of the hat. That's all right. We got this. We'll be fast. It's all right. Now that I'm doing single crochets, I think it'll be faster. Here we go. Nice. All right. Your sister just got into crochet and they do wonders somehow. You should join us. You should join us and learn crochet and do wonders. It's a lot of fun. I know a lot of people just recently got into crochet, which I'm not sure what caused it. Like, what caused the influx of crocheters over these last 2 years? She's becoming a nurse. Oh, that's awesome. Good for her. Love to see it. Just found a standard beret hat pattern for the round limb. Oh, fantastic. See, that's perfect. See, I didn't know. You might need to tell me, how do you do the beret, flop on a loom? Like, can you change the size halfway through on a loom? Do you have to, it seems like you'd have to have multiple looms. And then you would have to, I'm sure loom has some way to do invisible decreases. I don't knit though either, so people who knit it's probably a no-brainer. It's probably no problem at all. No AI rule. You work in the art world, and the amount of AI submissions you rejected in the last 3 days alone. I hear you. Oh my goodness. That is where our conversation is going. Let me tell you how I feel about AI as a crocheter. So the problem with AI, and every industry, every art industry is feeling this, of course, but in crochet especially, just because that's where I'm at and that's what's real to me. Flexi looms that you can do creases. Oh, interesting. That's awesome. I might need to try that. But in the crochet world, AI is really, really killing us, because it's creating these sort of unrealistic expectations for what crochet should look like, and it's causing people to not want to crochet anymore because, my stuff will never look as good as this stuff because they don't realize that it's not physically possible. And the amount of times that somebody has sent me something that's so cute that they were like, oh, you should make this, because they know I crochet. And despite what it looks like, I have gotten pretty fast at it. Like, I know, like, I don't have any good proof on this stream today, but, like, I can get projects done pretty quickly. Okay, see? Look at this. Single crochet. So much faster and more fluid. And my tension is good. I literally might need to cut off those first couple of layers, or maybe that's just where I'll, have it overlap. Look at, what is this? This is from the factory. These kind of knots should not be happening already. Factory knots. Unless I'm just being careless, which is possible. I am pulling from the middle, so I guess this happens, but yeah, so it's AI in crochet is creating really unrealistic expectations that are causing people to not want to crochet, or it's causing people to not value the work of artists because it's not ever going to be as good as AI and stuff like that. And so I know a lot of people, it has caused them to just completely, screw this and leave. And it's super sad. That is something I actually would like to do on stream, is to take AI crochet and turn it into an actual pattern. Because I think for a lot of those, it actually can be done. It's not ever going to look like that because that's not how yarn works. But for a lot of those patterns, something similar can be done. And I think a lot of the times people aren't necessarily interested in the perfection of it. I think they just don't know what's real and what's not. Because a lot of the people who send me AI crochet stuff, they're not like, look how perfect this is. They just think the idea is cute. And I think that it might be a fun thing to do on stream, to just take very, very popular AI crafting images and try and make patterns, because we are going to be writing our own patterns on this stream. That is something that I want to do. Let me catch up with chat real fast. She asked you to help her study. That's very kind of you. Have body systems again. Aren't bodies cool? Respect them. My goodness. More people use ChatGPT. When I was still in college, apparently more people used ChatGPT to write essays. Rather ew. I know. Honestly, what's really scary about AI is I am watching in real time some of my friends who use it regularly become less smart. Like, is anybody else experiencing that? Do you have a friend that uses AI a lot where you're just like, this person doesn't know how to think anymore? Like, is that not super scary to anybody else? Like, that freaks me out. The way wig making world. Oh, I believe it. Oh my gosh. And dresses too. Like, anything that defies gravity is just ridiculous. That's when you Google images reference for drawing. Yes, I hate it. I'm sorry. Your factory made that they are factory made, not man-made. Yes. Spicy sides. Oh, 100%. Yeah. I think that we're so past genuine interaction at this point that sometimes, you know, that's all you can do. Makes you extra mad. You make wigs by hand, and certain things are unrealistic to make. 100%. It's friggin', it's the floating hairs, like the anime hair and stuff like that. Which like you can try, and that's another one of the things is I do think it would be kind of neat to try, but as like an education, just like this is our best attempt at making this possible. So like this is realistic expectation. Are you sorry you voted for Trump? I did not vote for Trump. I did not. Would not have done that. If you're referencing what I said before, it's just that I don't blame people for voting for Trump. I do a little. Like, I'm trying to be I'm trying not to be vindictive because I do care. It does make me angry that people voted for this. It does make me mad. But a lot has changed. He told a lot of lies that sounded really good. And so as long as they've changed their mind, like as long as their eyes are open now and they can see what has happened and that they know that they've been lied to, I won't hold a vote against them. But if they are currently after everything, after Alex, honestly, post Alex Trump supporters, I can't forgive them, and I don't think I ever will. And it makes me really sad to know that a lot of my family members fall into that category. That someday my children are gonna ask where grandma was during the ICE occupation, and I'm not gonna lie for her. I'm not gonna tell my kids that she didn't know. Like that's where I draw the line. It's not whether or not they voted for them, it's whether or not they're sorry they voted for him. Aztec, hello. Is this being recorded? You're at work and can't crochet along. It is being recorded. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I hope that you enjoy the conversation and that you're able to crochet later. Skill atrophy, exactly. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry I'm not keeping up with the chat. It's done on purpose to make here. Let's take a water break real fast. Everybody go get water. Everybody drink water. Statistically, everybody is dehydrated. Go get water. We're going to move to chatting for just a second. I need to put the chat on like right here on the screen, or maybe just like right here, just like all of this. So the people on YouTube can see the people on Twitch, and people on Twitch can see the people on YouTube, because I realize that there's probably some disconnect there. So yeah, we're gonna take a quick break for some water. Yeah, let's see. They always fear something new. Yeah, there are people who just like they cannot wrap their head around change being a good thing. Like I don't know. The crazy thing about my mom is that the thing that's really upsetting for me is that it gets to a point where like I'm no longer sure where I learned to love. And it's really hard to say. But it's true. Like I don't know where I learned to love others. I really don't. Because it seems like it should have been my mom. And it's not. And I don't really know how to deal with that right now. Because I'm still fairly young. I mean, I'm 30. So in my mind, that's young. And I don't really know how to deal with the fact that I wouldn't tell my mother where Anne Frank was hiding. You know what I mean? Anybody else relate to that? Because I think that's a hard part of all this that I really wasn't prepared for. Like, I knew my mom was racist, but I thought that at some point, like, she wouldn't want people to get shot in the face. And that's not been my experience from talking to her recently. He'll use, let's see, where am I at? It's done on purpose to make people dumber, which is a thought that does not fill me with joy. I agree, actually. I think that too. It's interesting. There have been a couple of reporters who have gone into these like billionaires, like centibillionaires, establishments and meetings and gatherings, galas and stuff like that. And if you ask a billionaire, like, what your child can do to get ahead of the world, they will tell you, learn technology, learn AI. You don't have to go to school. It was a waste of money. But when they talk to each other, the conversation is much more like, what books are you reading? What school are your kids going to? Like, all that kind of stuff. And the most interesting thing for me that I think is very relevant is when asked how much his kids liked the new iPad, Steve Jobs told a reporter that his kids don't have one, that they would never have one. And I think there's a lot to unpack there for how these big tech companies really feel about the consumer and what they're trying to accomplish. I think there's a lot to unpack there. You use AI to help with essay prompt ideas, but never to write your work. Don't learn with it. Yes, brainstorming, I think, is actually a decent use of AI. I'm not against all AI. It's just generative AI or AI that does the thinking for you. I'm against AI as a search engine. Don't do that. That's bad. Do not use AI as a search engine. And I'm against it doing artistic things for us. But I will let it write emails for me, and I will let it go through my client list and tell me who needs help with certain things. People that have something in common that would be a good fit for XYZ. But I think that is what it's supposed to be used for. He felt like he was full of garbage. Me too. I felt that way back in 16. I know. Arresting the news reporters who have spoken out against him. Absolutely ridiculous. Painted, thanks for taking the time for this. Of course. I appreciate you. This community is very important to me. The vision that I have for it, and what I want it to be, what I want it to be able to do for people. It's very important to me. So I appreciate those of you who see kind of what this is supposed to be. I appreciate the sharing and the vision. No pressure to keep up with chat. I want to. The problem is I want to crochet, but the conversation in the community is so important. So I am going to go off on my tangents. Please do not feel like I have intentionally ignored anybody or anything like that. And if you have a point that you want to discuss on stream, spam it. Don't spam it. Wait like 3 minutes, but put it in the chat until I see it. Like, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. And if it's something that you really would like to discuss, like, please do make sure that I see it. You learn to love from people who loved you. You know, I think you're right. I don't remember who I was in high school before Andrew, and yeah, I think you're right. I think being on the internet, honestly, also made me a little bit more empathetic, because the smaller your world is, the smaller you can make the world, so the more of the world you've seen and interacted with, I think the more you care about people. Because if you think about it, a lot of these MAGA people have probably never left the US. A lot of them have never left red states. I know my mom doesn't travel. I know that she doesn't really want to travel. And I think that that's really weird. I think that that's very common in Utah, though, because, like, we're a minority religion, but everybody in Utah is that religion. So people don't want to leave, which is crazy. Blows my mind. Because I couldn't get out of here fast enough. But here I am again, so I guess that shows. You have to love certain family members from a distance because of something similar with other family members. Yeah. I hear you. It's hard. I don't know. I don't know how we're gonna get through it, to be honest. It's hard. You use AI to help you come up with ideas for Sims 4 playthroughs. That is such a great idea. I've done a lot of The Sims. If it's probably clear from the vibe that I strike that I play a lot of Sims 4. That might be fun to do a stream for Sims when we're feeling it. Because that is something that is chill and brings me joy. So I would totally do that. I usually do Legacy, though, on The Sims. Like, I'll do the rags to riches, but then turn it into a Legacy. So I'll start with $0, and then, like, do the Legacy where you're building the same house, and you have one child that you just, like, pass everything along through. So I do rag to riches to Legacy, which I think is probably a really standard, like, simple way to play it. But I have a lot of fun with that. Meeting certain people will change you. I love that. In a way, I learned how to live, if that makes sense. Wait, for real though, meeting certain people will change you. I know from experience. In a way, I learned how to live. Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. Yeah, so let's get back to crocheting. Oh, I did not actually drink any more water. You made a house with the spooky DLCs where a vampire, werewolf, and ghost live together? Super cute. I actually have not gotten all of the spooky DLCs yet. How's the camera lined up? Like, can you guys actually see what I'm doing? It looks a little blurry. I think right there is like the optimal. You can see it? Okay. Forward to the new expansion, which will help expand on the legacy challenges. Oh, which expansion? I'm a little out of the loop, to be honest. I have not... playing video games has kind of been detrimental to my mental health right now. So I actually have not been playing games very much recently. I'm hoping that this community will sort of bring joy back to that for me. Because I would like to be able to love my games again, but I just... When I'm playing by myself, I have a really hard time with it, because I just end up feeling bad that I didn't do anything. But I'm thinking that if I'm with the community, like if we're doing this stream, or if I'm making a video or something with a purpose, that maybe I could learn to love it again. You miss playing Ghosts? Oh, that was so fun. When I turned on the stream, it still had Phasmophobia as my most recently played game. So, like, when I launched Twitch, it told everybody I was playing Phasmophobia, which was an accident. So I hope that nobody came here for Phasmophobia. Oh no, look at that stitch. Oh man. That's fine. I'm actually not super upset about that. This is gonna be weird. Like, look at the size difference on this. count stitches here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Wow, I've actually shrank down a little bit. Ugh. All right, so this hat's not going to be perfect, but I'm also not selling it, which I think we'll make that okay. Royalties and legacy. Oh, yes! I saw some of the dresses for that, which I'm super psyched about, but I haven't actually looked into like what it is going to include, like what it has in it. Are you allowed to swear? You are allowed to swear. You may. Just, you know, internet etiquette. Try and refrain from using it excessively. But that's okay. We do need to play Phasmophobia again. That would be fun. Maybe we'll have game nights just in the community. I probably won't stream them. But it would be fun to have game nights. So then releases in a week or two. Yeah, I am psyched about that. Your laptop have an aneurysm? I am very sorry. You missed our Hunter and Ghost days. I remember the Hunter. They have a fishing expansion now that I was very interested in for a long time. I haven't gotten around to playing it yet though. The 10th to fast travel. My family still says that. Like whenever we are talking in circles, like you know how sometimes in a conversation you'll just 3 different people will talk in circles and make the same point over and over and over again. When people realize we're doing that, they still make the fast travel joke, like as a way to bring attention to the fact that we're talking in circles, which I think is really funny. Heck. Diablo, I love Diablo. That's a good one too. What was going wrong? I play your game and kill monsters and feel better. I love that for you. It releases on the 12th. Oh my gosh. That sounds awesome. Maybe that is what my husband and I will do for Valentine's Day, is he'll just watch me play The Sims. Your legacy lives on. Yes. Yep, it totally does. Be the perfect Valentine's Day gift. Valentine's Day gift. That too, you know, whatever. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to tell my hubby that too. Kirby's Valentine's gift will be to hand. My Valentine's gift will be to, my hand. Your hand soft lotion. Your hand soft lotion? Kirby, I'm confused. Your Valentine's gift will be my hand soft lotion. I'm like confused and intrigued at that statement. Boy. Yeah. It was fun. That was fun when we used to, you know, the old stream. I do think about that a lot. And I do miss it frequently. Which of course is part of the reason that I wanted to get back to it. But I needed to make sure and pick something that I really believed in. Because I think after Overwatch, after my days on the Overwatch team were over, I just kind of lost sight, I think, of what I wanted it to be. And when that happened, I just kind of, I don't know, it got hard for me to want to do anything at all. And then at the same time, we moved to Florida, which, oh my gosh, this knot is gonna drive me nuts. I've unraveled it so many times. But at the same time that I was kind of already not sure about where I wanted the stream to go, we also moved to Florida, which I think just made it even harder to stay regular with it. But I really, really, really did enjoy it. And there was a large part of my life where I thought that was what I wanted to do forever. And honestly, I think I kind of still do, but for different reasons. Like, I don't know, like it's really just, it's the community of it for me. And I know there's not a lot of money in it, so I don't know if it'll ever be a job. But being able to create something lasting like this, especially now that we're on YouTube, and having things that will actually stick around for a while, having videos that people can come to later and sort of build up the community and feel involved and welcome and seen. Like, that's really important to me, especially in a time right now where almost everybody I talk to says that they just can't handle activism right now because it's just too sad. And I understand that, you know, I get it. But I also think it's very important that we don't turn our eyes. I think it's very important that we find a way to keep the inspiration going. You know, we have to. And I think what motivates me more than anything to do that is the fact that they want us tired. They want us depressed. They want us to feel like we can't do anything. And I feel like I know that's not true. I know that we can do things, that we can do amazing things. And I feel like because I have the capacity to keep that faith, to be positive like this when people are getting shot in the face for fun. Like, I feel like it's nearly a calling. Like, I need to do something to make sure that people feel like they're not alone, and to give people a safe place to be where we can not feel crazy. Because I don't know how many of you guys are in red states, but I feel like when I go outside, I feel crazy. I feel like I am a conspiracy theorist. And it's important to me that we don't lose sight of the progress that we've made and the things that we're doing and the good that is going on in the world. I think that's very important. Oh, your Valentine's gift will be your hand and soft lotion. Oh my gosh. I'm so silly. Everybody probably... See, if somebody came into this chat with, like, a euphemism name, you know, all of those, like, videos of people having, like, inappropriate names, and then they will, like, cheer or donate to get the streamer to read it out loud. And then it's like a gotcha moment. I am so glad that nobody has ever done that to me, because I would fall for it every freaking time. I don't think like that. Not that there's anything, like, nothing wrong with it. I do think it's funny, but I just, like, I don't get the jokes. I never get the jokes. Sorry I missed your joke. It was funny. I just am too innocent, I guess. MSV plays. I have a first week of lockdown baby. So Sims and Pokemon will be safe to play with him being home for winter break. You have a first week of lockdown baby. First week of lockdown. Are you talking about like you have a COVID baby? Because that's crazy. Kirby says, on the topic of love, real life healthy couple are freaking adorable. Absolutely. I agree. There's so many, it's not represented well in media, I think. Like, genuine love is not represented too well, in my opinion. Like, I know that everybody struggles, but they sure do romanticize abuse in the media, which is maybe how we got here in the first place, to be honest. You actually ran into Andrew and I at Michael's? You ran into Andrew at Michael's? Really? Did I don't think I saw you. Or maybe I didn't realize. I'm sorry if I ignored you. I didn't mean to. I don't even know when that happened before Christmas. I have a bad memory, so... MSV plays, I had to rebrand a year ago and crafting became your primary focus for your mental health, even though you play games a lot. That is super fair and valid, and I'm in a similar boat, honestly. I think that I really enjoy playing games. I actually have been playing this game called Dave the Diver, which is absolutely fantastic. If you guys haven't played it, it's incredible. It's like my favorite game right now. It's very chill. It scratches like 3 itches. It's just like, it's like 5 games rolled into one, which a lot of people didn't like about it, but I thought it was like a really fun change of pace. But it's really fantastic if you guys haven't played it. But that has just kind of been the game that I'm playing these days. Other than that, I haven't really been doing a lot of playing games because I'll sit and play a game for a couple hours and then I will just feel so terrible about myself for not accomplishing anything, which is a toxic trait that I'm trying to unlearn. But I graded myself based on performance for the majority of my life, so I have a really hard time playing games unless... I think that's why I got into streaming in the first place is I joined a semi-pro Overwatch team, and I really, really enjoyed playing Overwatch, and so I convinced myself that the only way that I could do that I was valid for doing that, was if I was live streaming it and trying to make it a job. You know, the curse of monetization, I guess. Feeling like nothing is valid unless I'm making it a job. But it was cool though, because it ended up really creating this part of my life where I had like the best sense of community that I have ever had in like my entire life. Not just my adult life, but like in my life. I've never had a stronger community. And it's so cool to see a couple of you come back. Like, I'm so psyched out of my mind about that, honestly. Thank you for being here. It means a lot to me. But as a result of that, gaming just kind of, it's been hard for me, and I'm trying to learn to get over it and not hold it against myself that I want to play games. And I would like to play Sims. I'm a little worried about playing Sims because I am afraid that I'll do that thing that all of us Sims players do, where we get like, where we put the game down for like 3 months and then we get absolutely flippin' obsessed with it for 3 months and we don't do anything else for 3 months. And I think that's my problem, is that when I get really into a game, I don't do anything. My entire life stagnates, waiting for me to get my crap together and go do something else. I think that if I could figure out a way to make myself balance it out that I would probably play more video games. Kirby says, totally feel that. I've met some bitter people in my life and feel bad for some of them, but it inspired me to be kinder. Honestly, yeah, that's my vibe. Like, it's just people wanting me to fail is like a really, really incredible intrinsic motivation, honestly. You've lost all innocence. I don't know about that. I am sure, like, there's definitely a middle space between me and most people. I think that I just, like, I don't know. I'm not with it. I'm not one of the cool kids. Look at this. So this, like, really fibrous yarn, I don't know, it won't zoom, but like the light spin yarn, the like wool-ish yarn. This isn't wool, but it's like wool adjacent. It gets caught up on itself so much, and I'm really struggling to keep it apart here. I don't know if that's a knot or if I can just pull on it. I think I... Alright, I'm gonna cut it. Where did my scissors go? What? I think my child stole my scissors. That's not good. That means there's a random pair of scissors somewhere in the house. Hopefully not cutting the couch. Oh my gosh. They're literally right there. Just ignore me. Oh my goodness. Alright, when COVID lockdown started in March 21st, 2020, I spent early labor with your son and delivered him on the 28th. Oh, that is awesome. I mean, probably a really rough pregnancy, but way cool to be able to say that that you're a COVID baby, you know? Like, I bet that's something your son, now that he doesn't have to, like, since he doesn't have to live through the horrors of it, he probably will think that's pretty cool. You know? Like, now that the horrors are over, saying that you as a baby survived COVID is pretty neat. However, I do not envy you. I'm sorry you had to go through that. My first pregnancy was really hard on me. I guess I don't know if your son, your COVID baby son, was that your first pregnancy? Because I tell you, my first pregnancy was really tough. My doctor said some things that she probably should not have said, which caused me to overreact to some things. Almost made some really bad decisions based on information that I did not know was faulty. So, and I had a really hard time, like, connecting with my baby in utero because I thought I was gonna lose her the whole time. So I had a rough first pregnancy. I can't imagine if there was an epidemic going on, how hard that would have been. He's too smart for his own good. He's your only child. I love that. You balance playing Sims and crafting. Reminding yourself if you get a certain amount of crafting done per day that you can play some Sims. That is where it's at, honestly. I think that I would really like to be able to do that in my head. Like, I'm working on the mental health processes that will allow me to guilt-free play video games again. I am working on them. And I'm kind of hoping that this community will help me do that. Because I am trying to get to a place where I am healthier about it. Because I would like to play video games again. Oh my gosh, this is a struggle. I love this yarn so much. Why is it being so mean to me? Because everyone's... Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me for losing my scissors. Yeah, that was very silly. Everyone's preferred craft. Oh, you're a cross stitcher and diamond art, but you work for Circuit, so you do a lot of t-shirts and such. Oh, I need a t-shirt from you then. I bet you probably get that a lot when you say that. I work for Circuit. Oh, can you make me a t-shirt? I bet that happens a lot. You can do sculpting and baking with clay. Oh, that would be fun. And baking clay. Sculpting with baking clay. Ugh. Colleen, hello, welcome. Can you show me your row and what the first and second stitches? My row, can you show me your row and what the first and second stitches? So I'm just doing single crochets. I changed halfway, you can see here. The pattern calls for slip stitches, but I hated it and it was taking me too long and I was having a hard time with this yarn. So I switched to single crochets, which is why it's kind of wonky. But I'm not really too worried about it because this is going to be the banding around the hat, and I'm just going to put the messy part in the back. But I'm just doing crochets, just 23 single crochets. I think the pattern calls for 25, but yeah. So we're just doing rows of single crochets, which is also probably going to take a second. I wonder if I should do double crochets for the hat body. Actually, you know what? I think the hat body is waistcoat stitches, which I do enjoy doing. I love the waistcoat stitch. I found a new way to do the waistcoat stitch so that it like lines up properly. And it looks really nice. Looks like knitted. Which I think will be fun. I've never tried it before, but I saw a tutorial from one of the other people that I watch, and I'm excited to try it. So we're just doing single crochets until it fits around my head, which will be a minute, unfortunately. This is gonna be a second. And then we're gonna do waistcoat stitch. You've been writing a lot too. Sappy poetry, I love that. You know, honestly, I think writing is one of the crafts that have been hit the hardest with AI. It no longer means anything to have a book published. Like, that's no longer a brag. I think having a book you wrote without AI published is an incredible feat that not nearly enough people actually care about, which is unfortunate. My crafts that I do, obviously crocheting. I used to do beadwork, actually, where I would do like bead sculptures I would take these teeny tiny little seed beads and string them on wire and then sculpt them into flowers and animals and stuff like that. I used to do that. I might get back into that. I don't know. With babies in my life now, I think having that many beads might be chaos. So I may not do that, but the color of Kirby's feet. It is the color of Kirby's feet. Look at that. I know. I really like this color. Of a terrible pun, what do you call a belt made of watches? A waste of time. Ah, look at you. MSB says, my wig making is completely unhealthy because I hyperfixate on it, but I do diamond art, loom knitting, occasional latch hook kits. I don't know what that is. And wig making, but I'm going to learn to crochet thanks to another Twitch streamer who is teaching a crochet class every 2 weeks. I love that. I would love to get to the point. So we're gonna do live streams every Friday, but I also want to be putting out like how-to content on a regular basis on our YouTube channel. So I'm hoping to kind of get into helping people get started as well, because I know a lot of people come looking for community. And I want to make sure that people can join us in the crochet if they would like to. After this, so obviously we have a little bit of a purpose right now. We're doing the ice hats, which is timely and sensitive. And so I would not have chosen something so off structure for our first stream if it wasn't timely and important. But usually what these streams are going to be is I will either have the pattern that I have already made up on screen here in this section right here, which is why it's blank. Sorry if that's throwing anybody off. Usually there will be a pattern there, but because this pattern is not mine and all proceeds to purchasing it go toward aiding Minnesota, I, of course didn't want to share somebody else's pattern for free. So usually we will have the pattern up and it will be something that we've already made, or I would like to get to the point where we are just kind of winging it and making patterns as we go along, which is something that I really enjoy doing. Happily make me a t-shirt. Oh, thank you. I really would like to do more purchasing from custom places and artists and designers. I am engaging in the No Amazon boycott, which has been hard for me. I do think it's really important though. So I have been looking for alternatives, and handmade is something that I really respect, especially in this age of AI. Unfortunately, my husband works, my husband works with AI. He works, and so I am decent at spotting AI. So I try and do handmade that specifically is no AI, and there's a couple of tools that you can like feed an image into, and it will tell you whether or not it has coding that has gone through an AI system, which I think is really nice to have. I don't remember what it's called, but I can post the link in our Discord, which, reminder, if you have not yet, do join our Discord. That is where all of the shenanigans are going to go down. We're going to have channels on there for activism resources, such as a calendar of major national events, such as today's shutdown and marches and major voting deadlines and stuff like that, as well as phone numbers and scripts for how to get a hold of your representatives to tell them what you want them to do and get mad at them for not doing what you ask them to do, which I think is also important. As well as a place for you to share the things that bring you joy, whether that be the crochet project that you worked on with us on stream, or screenshots from your chill game that you're playing along with us, or just anything like that. Just sort of creating an environment of joy as revolution, That's sort of our mantra for this, is in a world that benefits from keeping us tired and depressed, joy and art are inherently revolution. I do want to be clear with that, though. I need to find a better way to word this, I think. But we need to be careful in this group and in other groups to not mistake the action of crafting as activism. And hear me out. Hot take, I know. These hats do not matter if you're not wearing them at a march. If you are not going out and having your voice be heard or spreading the word, like I know not everybody can march, and I know not everybody, I know not everybody is able to do that, and that's totally fine. But you have to find some way to actually contribute. And I think that what activism crafting does, is it helps to kind of focus your mind on a purpose. But it is very, very important that you do something with that sense of purpose that it gives us. It's very important that you wear this hat to contact your representatives. Like, if you don't march, that's fine. That's okay. Not everybody can, and that's okay. But if you're making a hat, you gotta wear it to call your reps. You gotta wear it to donate to the needy, Wear your hat and post it on Facebook to signal to others that you're a safe person to talk to. The activism is not the crafting itself. The activism is what you do with the energy that you get from crafting. I hope that's not a hot take. I don't think it's spoken about enough. I think that it's important that this channel is all about creating the community and creating a place where the resources can exist to get things done. Not just about crafting things that remind us about revolution. You know what I mean? It's important to make that distinction. I guess you could say this passion of yours stitches people together. I hope so. I hope that it does. I would like it to. Look into TCC, the Crafty Collective, on Twitch. They promote a lot crafting streamers, and they're very welcoming. Oh, yeah, that sounds great. I would love to increase the community for sure. I'm honestly very surprised we haven't gotten any bootlickers on this stream yet. I was really expecting them to come out of the woodwork at us. But hey, maybe we are more numerous than I thought. Screenshots of your unhinged houses. Please do. Please do. That would be an appropriate place to post that. You found a better house for Vampire in Skyrim consequences to make it, and to make a totally not an evil basement. Totally not. Totally not. Your dumb ways to die, Sims. I love that. Years ago when you did a Sims 3 playthrough and you trapped people in the basement. Yeah. Honestly, if you're not... This seems so strange to say on an activism stream, but if you're not, doing funny murders on Sims, are you even playing The Sims? Oh, man. I remember I actually just watched a VOD through of that Sims stream. Not that one specifically, but I think that's what your Sim was doing. I made your Sim. And then I made one for all of the regulars, I think. And I once made, or I was watching the VOD of the stream that we made. Harbor and Lexi get married before they were actually together, which was really funny. I was just watching that the other day as I was trying to relearn Twitch. That's what I was using to kind of remember the commands and everything for it. Can you guys hear the music in the background? Is it on at all? It looks like it's kind of quiet. There is supposed to be music. We are gonna have to break for lunch at some point here. The music is perfect. Good, good, good. Yeah, it's hard because, like, you set it to what sounds good for the headphones, but then it doesn't actually take from the headphones, obviously. It takes from the source itself, so it's a struggle. We've had Sims running since Friday night because it never closed properly. You're afraid to see what happened the past week on there? That's like one of my favorite ways to play The Sims, actually, is just to, like, I turn it on to ×3 speed while I go to work or something. It's like my favorite thing to do. Auto mods didn't like your words. Oh, shoot, sorry. Oh, let's see. Oh. You said something sexist, the mod thinks. That's funny. Yeah, so, because I think that's appropriate for the stream, I will go ahead and read it out. Kirby says, you rewatched a clip of that. Apparently, my aim just came up to your aim. Your sim? Your sim just came up to Lexi and slapped her butt. I remember that. Oh, man. I'm trying to remember exactly the context for that one, but I do remember that she just kind of, like, walked up and, like, went like that. It's funny. That was fun. I need to figure out, I saw Twitch streamers are doing these, like, they'll have these games on while they're on break and stuff. Like, what is it, Words on Stream or something like that was one that I saw one of the crafters do. Where, so that she could go take a lunch, she would just turn on this game and the chat could play together. I need to figure out how to do that, because I'm thinking it's just about lunchtime. I don't know how streamers usually do lunch. I think when I streamed before, I don't think I did take lunch breaks, which was not healthy or advisable. How's the camera angle? I'm wondering if I should drop it down a little bit more, or if you can see well from there. It's like literally right above me. Hoping the angle is okay. To answer your question from before, some of the crafty things that I do, or that I wish I did more of, I've been doing a lot of crocheting. My grandmother taught me to crochet when I was like 10, and I did it wrong for years and years and years and years and years. And then recently, like within the last several years, I learned the actual way to do it, and got really back into it recently. I think during COVID, a lot of people got into fiber arts as a way to sort of pass the time in our homes. And I started seeing a lot of content of, like, the dolls and everything, and I got really into that. That's usually what I crochet, is dolls and more structured items, which we'll probably do a couple of. I was thinking about doing a couple dolls in honor of some of the people who have been murdered by ICE. I am trying to decide if that is too sensitive of a subject. I don't think that it is, but I also, like, don't want to get super emotional on stream, and I would. So I'm trying to fill out whether or not that's something I would want to do. Hello?
Hello.
Oh my goodness. I was literally just thinking that I needed to take a lunch.
Thank
you so much.
Of course.
Everybody, this is Andrew, my
Hello.
husband. How's everyone? Are you sleeping?
No.
There's my baby! Alright, we're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna introduce you to some of my family, and then we're gonna take a lunch break real fast. This is Andrew.
Hello.
Or Shade. He goes by Shade. We've got
A few years since I've gone by that.
We've got a couple people from the chat in here. So Kirby is here and Summer's like that.
Oh, very cool. Hey guys, how's it going?
And then this is my baby Arvia. Ay, ay, ay.
It is. Hi.
Oh,
How's it going?
Oh, I'm caught up on cords. Help.
She thinks it's very funny.
This is my baby.
Hi. How's it going?
Yeah.
I just came by to drop off some lunch and promptly put this creature down to bed.
Oh my goodness, you're a mess. She looks like she has a runny nose. I hope we're not getting sick again.
Yeah.
Nice shirt.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we need to get a new one done.
Yeah, I need to redo that.
Stuff. Yeah. All right. Well, everybody, we're gonna take a 5-minute break real fast to go and get to eat some food. I'm gonna go and make sure that my kids go down to nap time at a decent time. So we will be back. It is 12:42 right now. Let's come back so wherever you are, it's 12:42 for me right now. Let's come back at 12:40. What is that? 8? Let's call it 12:48. We'll be back in about 5-6 minutes. All right, we'll see you soon. apparently I need longer than 5 minutes. Sorry, I need to have a note of like where the music is supposed to be, where it sounds good. Yeah. So, note to self. Breaks need to be longer than 5 minutes. Apparently you can't eat an entire meal in 5 minutes. Comfortably. Alright. Let's just get back into it then, shall we? So we're making some progress now. Obviously single crochet is like... it takes a minute. But is there anything more cathartic than just like single crochets though? Like if you're not in a hurry to finish something. I did have a tasty lunch. Andrew brought me eggs and toast and some of my favorite chips. We don't eat chips a lot because he has misophonia, but I have been really liking those Lay's dill pickle chips are like my favorite thing right now. It's unreal. I did want to talk a little bit about like content suppression, since I am assuming that will probably happen to me a lot. Because apparently you can't talk about humanity and empathy without getting suppressed. So I am fully anticipating that that's going to be kind of part of our journey. I anticipate that it will be very prevalent in our community. That said, I do want to be connected with other people who have a similar mission to ours. So if anybody has people that you think would be sort of good for our community to also be aware of, that we could sort of help them get through their suppression, please do post those in the Discord. Because I think that, part of our community is going to be helping build up other communities. I think that will be important. I'm not entirely certain what things I can and can't say that will cause algorithms to not like me. I'm not sure. But I am going to do my best to be available for people who need us and speak my truth, you know? And if that means that we don't get a lot of views, then maybe that's okay. Obviously, I would like to get out in front of as many people as possible so that people who are struggling right now have a place to go and somebody to talk to. But I also don't want to dance around using keywords, you know? And if that gets me put on a list, that's fine. That's okay. There's worse things happening to good people right now than being put on the list. So yeah, if you haven't already, here's your reminder to like, subscribe, follow if you're on Twitch. You can subscribe on Twitch if you want to. All of the proceeds from this channel go toward helping the cause, whether that's a direct donation to, right now we are running a, what is it? A fundraiser for VEAP, which is a pantry in Twin Cities, Minnesota, that is helping to bring groceries to people who are too scared to leave their houses, which is a lot of people. So if you didn't march today and have not already donated, do consider donating to them today. This is your reminder to do something other than crafting to fight fascism today. I'm not entirely certain how Twitch charity streams work. I'm not super sure if I set it up properly to where you can even find it, but if you're able to find it, please do check it out. And if you can't find it, just go to their website, VEAP, and donate directly. That would also be good. But do let us know if you end up doing that. I don't know if I want to, like, incentivize it, you know, like have a leaderboard or something. I think that might be fun. But I also know that not everybody can donate. Like, heaven knows, Andrew and I are not in a situation right now where we can donate a lot of money. Most of us aren't. I think that they're trying to keep us poor on purpose. So that might not be possible for everybody, and I don't want to, like, have a leaderboard that some people will just never be able to achieve. You know what I mean? So I'm still on the fence about that. I'm not sure how I feel about it yet. French fries are chips on silent. It is. That's true. That's fair. Demonetized for talking about certain things. Yeah, no, that is really frustrating. I think that's the one thing that I would maybe care a little bit about. Like I'm tempted to just not care at all. But because all of the proceeds are going toward charity and helping with the cause, do I want to care about monetization more than I do? Because I'm not really worried about getting monetized. But if we were able to make some extra money, we could help more, which would be cool to be able to do. And if YouTube's just giving out money, it would be really nice to have. But I also don't want to, like, forsake our message in order to do that. Like, you know what I mean? And I don't know the tricks for getting monetized. I'm not really worried about it. I haven't really looked into it. I don't know what I even need to do to be eligible for it. We are affiliated on Twitch. I have gotten so many calls today. Sorry guys, I do have to take this, I think. No. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna take this real fast. This person has called me like 4 times. I don't know who they are, but it might be work or something important. So I'll be right back. Sorry. Well, now they didn't answer, so I guess it couldn't be that important. Weird. Don't dox your texts. What? Did I do that? Did I put it right here? Whoops. I'm gonna have to go back and edit that out. Though I don't think it shared anything. It might have shared the person's phone number. But I'm actually not convinced it's a real person, so. Your car's extended warranty. I honestly think that might have been it, but they've called me 3 times today from the same number. Usually they use different numbers. So if I just doxed an extended warranty guy, you guys can go ahead and call them. But then they'll have your number, so be careful about that. Yeah, I don't know. I think I might need to I might need to learn the rules for content suppression and monetization. Just so I know them, you know? And in case we got to a point, when we get to a point where this community is large enough that that they could really benefit, that we could really benefit from having donations active and stuff like that. It might be worth looking into. It just hasn't really been a priority for me yet. Thank you for watching out for me. This is like the nicest fabric that I'm making right now. Like, I'm really enjoying how this is coming together. I might undo these first couple of rows that I did slip stitches. It looks really nice. Like, it looks cool. Like, I like it. It looks knitted, which I think might have been the point, because then they do the hat itself is a waistcoat stitch, which is to mimic crochet. Or not crochet, sorry, to mimic knitting. So they probably did that on purpose, but man, I just do not care for slip stitches. Can't do it. Takes way too long. When I was younger, I can't remember exactly, maybe 10, it is very, very soft. But when I was about probably 10 to 12-ish, I can't remember exactly, I'd have to ask my grandma, but my grandmother taught me to crochet for the first time when I was pretty young. And I remember I didn't realize, so let me show you. I didn't realize that when you put it through like this, like, so all I did was I would do front loop only and then wrap and then pull through both, which I realize now is just the front loop only slip stitch that we did for the first couple rows here that I didn't end up liking. And I remember I put down crocheting for a long time after she taught me, because it was so hard to do, and it was like my stitches were always too tight and I never got fast at it, and I was just like, yeah, this isn't that fun. And then I probably, sometime around 2021 maybe, I picked up crocheting again because I saw a tutorial on it, and I'm like, you know what? I liked crocheting. Maybe I'll give it another shot. You know, now that I'm older, maybe I understand it better. Maybe it's not as hard as I thought it was. And it was only then, when I relearned it recently, that I realized that a single crochet is going under both stitches in the V, pulling through, and then looping and pulling through. That's a single crochet. And as soon as I learned that, obviously, like, you can't crochet without knowing to crochet, but like, it made, suddenly everything clicked, and I'm like, I have been doing this wrong, because it wasn't just while I was 10 that I crocheted. Like, I tried to get into crochet and like enjoy it for a long time. And I just never ever did until I just recently relearned it a few years ago. Realized that I was doing it wrong that whole time. And after that, it just feels like second nature now. So I don't know if it's completely, like, I'm not sure if you could say that I've been crocheting since I was 12, or you could say that I've been crocheting since 2021. Because I feel like I've been crocheting forever, but I've been... So, like, does that count? You know? Like, I never actually completed anything that I liked as a teenager, but I tried many times. It does look like wizardry, doesn't it? It's a lot of fun, and something that I think is really cool about crochet is that it is not physically possible, apparently. I mean, I'm sure they say that about a lot of things. So it's more like it's a matter of time before it's possible, but right now, there is no machine that can crochet. Like, it's not currently possible to have a machine done crochet project. And what I think is really interesting about that is just how it just kind of shows how hands-on, like how very specific every little stitch is, and how you can't really just sort of skip that. You can't really speed it up. It just, you have to put the hook in the right spot every time. And a machine probably wouldn't be able to do that. I don't know. At some point, I'm sure somebody will make one that does, but there has been there's been a lot of mock crochet machine done attire in stores lately that looks like crochet. They have chunky stitches like crochet, but it's actually knit, like by a machine. And I think that it's really interesting that there's obviously a demand for crochet wear. And I think that the reason I prefer it over knitting is that it's a lot thicker. Like, you end up with a much sturdier fabric, a much sturdier textile when you crochet. Just because of how much yarn goes into each individual stitch versus with knit, how it's basically just like looped around itself several times. So it's very different. And crochet, I think, takes a lot longer than knit does on average. Like, generally speaking, someone with the same crafting skills, because of just how long, how intricate each stitch is. Oh no. We're gonna do this again, where we have just like a chunk out causing us problems. Just gonna put you over there and hope that you figure your life out. That's how I feel sometimes. I'm just gonna put myself over there and figure my life out for a second. You've always wanted custom plushies of your horses? Girl, I got you. That would be so fun. Unless you wanted to make them yourself. If you wanted to make them yourself, I could, that could be one of our stream projects, is we could work on horses and make a pattern together so that you could do it yourself. I think that would be fun. Now I'm like sitting here thinking through how I would do a pattern like that. You used to cut up socks and make dolls out of them. I love that. You should try felt art. You should try felt art. I've seen a lot of that recently. Felt art that it looks so fun. It looks interesting. That looks like witchcraft. Like you just poke it with a needle for like a million times. Like that's crazy. Cause like with crochet, at least I can tell that the hook is doing something. You know what I mean? So like with crochet, you can see the hook grabbing the yarn and making little loops. So you're like, yeah, that makes, you know, that makes sense to me. But like with felting, I don't understand how a needle can do that. Like, you know what I mean? So they can have neighbors. Yes, we'll make multiple horses so they can have neighbors. Work school and horses have you in a chokehold. I hear you. Yeah, no, that would be fun to do, for sure. Should probably start like making a list of the things that I want to do. Like ideas that I have on stream. I need to have like a notebook that I just, well, I have a notebook. Do I have a pen? There's actually a couple of things. There's a couple chatbot. I need to do the chatbot so it doesn't yell at Kirby for being excited anymore. And I need to, oh, Andrew made me work out. Now my elbows hurt. Where's a pen? And like markers. I guess that's okay. Oh, you know what? That's another crafty thing I do. I do bullet journaling, which has mostly recently become political rant journaling. Let me show. That is something else that I do. Let's see if I can find an appropriate page that doesn't have swears on it. Oh, this is a page from a trip that we just went on. Plane ticket. And we went to Universal Orlando, which was fun. So yeah. So that's another thing that we might do a little bit of on stream. Might be fun. I've fallen a little bit behind, so it would probably be good to have motivation to catch back up on that. I hear you though with the like work and hobbies having your time locked down. That's kind of why I had to. It goes back to what I was saying earlier, where like I didn't feel like I was validated in playing video games unless it was on stream, because then I was doing something I am trying to get over, but because I haven't yet. Part of why I wanted to do this stream is part of the reason I wanted to do the stream was to make sure that I made time to craft. You know what I mean? So. Alright, crochet horses. And then, let's see. Chat. Bot. Caps lock. Yeah, I need to take that off. Because caps lock is rarely used to actually yell at people. Mostly it's excited, and I don't want to take away people's ability to be excited. Also, I have this cute mug. Yes, I really do need all these plants. One of your horses really likes squeaky toys. His favorite is to throw them so that he can chase them. No way! That is so cute. Streamlabs does not. He has sensitive ears. Streamlabs has very sensitive ears. It didn't work. It showed up on mine. You want to yell? Does it not come through for you? Like, does it delete the message for you? Because I can see it. It doesn't even have, like, usually it will highlight it. If it's auto-modded, it'll highlight it, but I'm not seeing that now. Yeah, Summer can see it. Oh my goodness. I'm kind of making a mess of these edges for some reason. I'm not sure why it's always on the end. But I always make my yarn fray in the like first two and last two stitches. You had an idea. Reps for Revolution. Every $5 donated to charity, you do a pull-up. That sounds like a great idea, but I do think that your income to reps might be off. Because I have seen you do like 1 million pull-ups. And if we did that, we would want it to be hard for you. So you'd have to do like 1 pull-up for every $1. That would be awesome. Until we got bigger, like as soon as we started getting to the thousands, then of course we could do $5, but it might be a minute. Walking for like 5 minutes a day. You know what I've been doing recently to keep active? I actually haven't done it in, geez, probably about a month now, unfortunately. But I've been playing a lot of Pokemon Go lately. Going out and going on walks around my neighborhood. I am very lucky to live near a planned community. So there's like a lot of walking paths around. And there's a lot of Pokemon players around, so it's always felt like a fruitful use of my time to go out on a walk and have something to do. It's confident in you? I don't know. I think you could do. Well, listen up. If we did a charity drive and we made like $100 because we are brand new, and I am going to do the research that it takes to, you know, build up this channel properly and do the work that I need to do to make it real. I am very serious about this channel. But that said, it might be a minute until we're big enough that we're starting to get donations in the hundreds. So until then, I think you should do 1 per. I like the gym. I like going to the gym because it feels nice to sort of like have nothing else to do but work out. Like there's no distractions, you know what I mean? At the same time, I never go to the gym. So like I like being there, but I would never go. And I've had gym memberships before. So to do those alpha male tutorials. Man, I tell you. So I'm a little worried, actually, that without the chat on screen, that this VOD is going to be really hard to watch back. So bear with me for just a second. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to try and set that up real fast. I don't know. No, it's not going to be super fast for me to do that, actually. So I will write a note that that will be important for our next one. All right. So I'm curious, did anybody actually participate? I know we've only got a few chatters here, but did any of you guys actually participate in the shutdown? Like, is there anything that you guys should have done but didn't do today because of the shutdown? So I did not go to work today, which is not a huge deal for me because I already work from home. So because there wasn't really a lot for me to do in solidarity, that's why I felt so impressed to kind of rush this stream and get it out there. Because I feel like starting to create this community is the thing. Is the thing that I am doing today. And though crocheting itself is not necessarily helping anybody, I'm hoping that the community will. Let's see. I don't think we're even close on this fitting around my head yet. But I just want to see where our progress is at. So it'll be folded like this. I mean, we're making progress. It'll be cute. Look how cute that is. I love this yarn. It's so nice. So cute. It's very silky soft. I don't like these first couple. It's sad because like the pattern that it made is really nice. Like, I do appreciate that a lot, but it just takes way too long. No shopping, no school for Summer Psycho. I am working at home. I'm working, but at home and lazily. I love that. So, you know, and honestly, not all of us can take work off. This is not something that is supposed to put your family in danger or your, you know, spending your ability to survive in danger. Some people do have to go to work, and especially in red states where a lot of our employers will not identify with this and don't care about this. I know that there's a very real risk of losing your job. So it's all right if you can't not work. But I think that making sure that you're able to do something in solidarity would be important. I think the no spending is a really good idea. Like and that was kind of the point of this project, was to sort of use yarn that you already had. So I'm fortunate that I had some red yarn lying around that I really wanted to make something with. So, Hitori, hello! It's been a while. Oh my goodness, are you from the old stream? You may have changed your name in the like 6 years since we streamed. Would I recognize you by a different name? Either way, welcome back. You used to be a mod, what? Who are you? Tell me. What? Tell me who you are. I usually have decent memory. You have a little symbol next to your name. What does that mean? Lavalada V badge? What is that badge that you have? They don't want to tell us. They don't want to tell us who they are. Who are you? Spanish boxing show. Very cool. Content creators box each other. That's lovely. Content creators boxing. There's a lot of that recently. A lot of content creators just like boxing. I think I might try the cross stitch to see if it looks closer to the slip stitch one. The cross stitch? What do you mean? Cross stitch. Do you mean like the yarn under? Like the amigurumi stitch? Because that's what I'm doing, is just, oh my gosh. See, that's the problem. I'm pretty sure that's why my stitches were so tight, is because I'm doing the yarn under, which is like the tightest stitch that you can do. So if I was doing regular crochet, it probably would have been totally fine. Now I feel very silly. Oh boy. JJ. I'm so sorry. Did you go by a different name in our stream? It's SC. Sorry. It's a single crochet in the first stitch is yarn under, yarn under, yarn over. Yeah. Yeah, so that's why my stitches were so tight, as I'm doing, whoops, I'm doing the amigurumi stitches by accident. Whoops, huge whoops. You had that name. What in the world? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that it's been like the longest 6 years of my life. 2018. That's awesome. What games did we play together? Are you from our Overwatch days, or were you when we went what is it? What's it called? What's the word? We started doing variety. To remind me that time passes. I know. Kirby will always be 16 years old in my mind. I'm gonna meet you one of these days and you're gonna be like a full grown adult and I'm not gonna know what to do about it. Single crochet yarn, under yarn over. Yeah. I mean, at this point, I'm just kind of going, to be honest. I know that I will eventually get to a point where single crochets will do the job for me. So I'm not too worried. Not too worried about it, but I mean, that would be why my stitches were so tight and not working for me before, is because I was literally doing them wrong. That'll do it. So you get used to doing something one way and then going back to the original way that you learned, just it's not second nature anymore. People thought you were a minor. Yeah, I had the very first time I went to a bar and didn't get asked my ID recently, and I did not appreciate that. I'm like, what, you don't think that I look like I could be 20? You look like you just turned 20. Oh boy. Yeah. Honestly, about age, I actually am not too worried about aging. I'm excited to do it more gracefully than, the Republican boomers who are not aging gracefully or letting the world progress the way it should. I'm excited to be an old lady who will willingly give the world we created to our children. I'm excited to be somebody who does that with grace because I'm surrounded by people who are not doing that with grace. But even before then, like, I am very excited to be 30 right now. Largely because I work in finance, which is an industry where people don't really take you seriously unless you are a man or an older woman. So I'm excited to be 30 because I feel like it opens up a lot of doors for me, which is unfortunate that I feel that way, honestly. But that's just, that's how it is right now, and I'm trying to get over that. But I'm not too worried. Not too worried about getting older. It's a good time. It's a good time for getting old. I'm so glad, yeah, I'm so glad that you kept notifications on and everything. I was really surprised to have so many people from the old stream come back, and it is so nice to see that you're still around and that you're still doing stream things. Like, I got off Twitch for like a while there just because my life went other directions and I just stopped, having that level of fun in my life for a long time. So I'm very, very glad to see that some of you are still at it and that you're still seeing your notifications go off and feeling good about that. You get whiplash when you look back at how you used to chat back then. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I have like the worst memory ever. Like, I don't even remember the chats back then. I know that it was a good time and that I loved spending that time with everybody and we had a really great group, and but I don't have a lot of actual memories of things that went down. Oh, I'm so glad. Yeah, I on the Discord. I don't know. Are you on the Discord? Are you on our Discord still? Not very many people stayed on the Discord. I think it's because it's easier to leave. Because people like to clean up their dashboards and everything. Of course you are. Fantastic. Wait. I find it so hard to believe that I can't place your name. Like, there's no way in the entire world. How is this possible? Well, I'm so glad that you're back and that you took the time to come and see us. Oh, what's happening? Let's see. I'm hopping on the Discord real fast. I gave all of you guys who have been on the Discord forever legacy contributor status. Who are you on Discord? You go by Kenny in Discord. Yeah, so I gave everybody who stuck around legacy contributor status on our Discord. And I might do something with that because I'm assuming that as we go live more often, people will see us and decide that they don't actually care anymore, which is fine. It's been a long time. But I'm sure that number will probably dwindle down a little bit. And when it, as it does, I want to have some kind of shout out or something for people who have been here from the old stream. It's on the Discord. Oh, Pixie just joined our Discord. Thank you, Pixie. Welcome, welcome. Oh, yes! I remember this. This looks familiar. Yeah, a Discord Nitro user. Look at you. Fancy schmancy. Have you guys noticed any lag or dropped frames? My system says that there has been some skipped frames, but not very many, so hopefully that's not a problem for everybody. You got it as a gift? Oh, that's awesome. Still fancy. Look at you having friends who gift you Discord Nitro. That is still very fancy. The audio occasionally gets crusty, but it's brief. Okay, good to know. I will do audio checks. Awesome. Very few skipped audio bits. Okay, cool. That, I think, will be an easy fix, but I will have to restart the stream in order to do that, so we might just have to deal with it today. Sorry. Sorry, guys. So what is everybody doing right now during this chill time? My goal is to kind of create a space where you can bring whatever chill things that you have going on and just sort of sit and do them together. You're just laying in bed. I love that for you. I think that that's something that I took for granted a lot before I had kids, is just being able to lay down in bed. I wish I could do that more often now. New York City is freezing right now. I think, honestly, we have had the warmest winter in Utah this year. And, but today has been like 25 degrees or something like that, which is crazy. Like, I woke up, it was so cold this morning. Because it's been so hot, we haven't really had, I think we had our heater like 69 or something like that, which is usually decent. But, alas. Removing AI art submissions. I love that. Nice number? It was nice degrees. Except for it wasn't, because it was cold. You're sitting, lounging, and withholding barely restrained violent impulses like a cat. That is...
I understand perfectly.
That is a mood. You're at your desk making beads. What? That's incredible. You should post some of your work in the Discord. We have, I think... Did I actually have that chat go live? We're supposed to have a chat where everybody can share their things that they're doing. Let me make sure that it actually has one. Yeah, share your joy in rest and recharge. Yeah, so everybody should share what you're doing, and if you're watching this VOD back in the future, do join our Discord and post in our share the joy, share your joy chat, what you are doing while you're watching this. I'm crocheting, in case anyone was wondering. That's what I'm doing while we're talking. You were decorating your house in Skyrim, but then stream happened. Oh, well, I'm sorry to have taken your Skyrim house away from you. I stole your house. But I am glad that you're here. Hard to multitask. I get it. 100%. I, in preparing for this stream, wanted to kind of get a feel for what viewers come to expect of creative streams, so I joined a bunch of communities, and I tell you, holy moly, the makers and crafting streamers on both YouTube and Discord, in my experience, or not Discord, Twitch, they are just the swellest people. Like, that is, I literally, I think I probably joined and actively contributed to like maybe 5 or 6 different streams. And like everybody is so kind, and there were even a couple that I was on Twitch, and I was in a raid group. I wasn't even paying attention to the one streamer, unfortunately. I was working. But then I was in a raid group and got tossed into a knitting stream. It was really fabulous, which I'm gonna share her link because she was fantastic, and she kind of shares our vision as well. Let me find out who I'm talking about real fast. How do I do that? How do I see who I followed most recently? Was it Maz? I think it was. Yes, I think this was her. So this person, oh, sorry, Mike. This person, I'm going to post it in the chat. Go and follow her. Like, she's fantastic. If you like this kind of content. So she does knitting, crochet. So she does crocheting, I think, and 3D printing, actually, which you can see. We are a 3D printing household also. But she is learning how to knit, and I was part of a raid party of hers that, for people who can't see the chat, I need to put a chat box on the screen for people who are watching this later. But the person that I'm saying that you guys should, I'm shouting out here, is Swole Maz, SWOLEMAZ, Swole Maz, on Twitch. She's fantastic. Her streaming community is fantastic. Everybody there was so cool, so nice to me, and I think I was chatting there for like 3 solid minutes, and somebody had already gifted me a sub, which was crazy. Like, that was just super awesome of them. And then in another community that I was in, I've been watching this person's videos. Who else? Sorry. This isn't what I super want to be doing, but I do think that these people who are really cool to me deserve a shout out. Oh, but YouTube won't let me do it. I think it's, okay, I have to do it from memory. I can't remember what her name was. It's, Nikki Creates or something like that. When I post this video, I'm going to put it in the description so that you guys can follow these people because they're incredible. But I was in her stream for like less than an hour. And she is gifting me like a box of yarn. Like, and for people who don't crochet, a skein of yarn is like $4 if you get a cheap one. And that's like a huge deal. And so she's just like giving me a box of yarn, and I just am so grateful for the nice crafty people on YouTube and Twitch who've, you know, just been so welcoming and accepting. And it was cool actually. While I was on stream with Maz, she was not only teaching herself to knit, but also was working on the Melt the Ice hat, which I thought was awesome. Your beats are hip-hop oriented beats, just in case somebody doesn't like hip-hop, don't click on it. Whatever, it's all good. Hip-hop is great. Don't let your cat find the yarn. I have one cat, but she doesn't really mess with my yarn unless I'm using it. Like, if it's just on the shelf here, you can see my stash is up here. She won't like mess with it if it's just sitting there, but if I'm crocheting, she will. Like, this would drive her absolutely crazy if she was in here right now. I actually kind of thought she was in here. Ghost cat. I know. Cats always want attention when you're doing something important. Honestly, no, okay, so seriously, my cat has she's entered into this crazy phase, where she'll just like flip and yell at me for no reason. Like, a lot. Like, what the heck, dude? Andromeda, yes, my Andromeda baby. She, she will just flipping come and yell at me when she sees me awake in the morning, and I'll go and check that she has food, and she has food. You know, door to her litter box is open. Sometimes it's because she wants water. Tell me if you relate to this. My cat is so posh, she will only drink running water. Anyone else? So she yells at us to turn on the sink for her, because otherwise she will die of thirst. Because she does not want still water. Which is fair, you know, like, water gets stale. But heaven knows, there have been times when I forgot my water in my water bottle for a couple days, and it's fine. It's okay. But no, she's too fancy for that. Way too fancy for that. Yeah, she doesn't let me go to the bathroom on my own either. Yours only takes water from the water dispenser, not the sink. Yeah, we used to have a water, like a little kitty water fountain thing. And she wouldn't really drink it. And it would always get like moldy after like a day, but granted, this was in Florida. So for those of you who don't know, I lived in Florida for like 5 years. So I'm like unexperienced. I'm officially unexperienced with cold weather, and being able to open a bag of chips and have it not immediately go stale the next day. That's cool. That's like the one good thing about dry climate. I wonder if their painting is poetry says. I wonder if there's a reason that the original pattern uses slip stitch. Is it because in 1940s that's what they used to make their hats? That is an interesting question. It would definitely be worth looking into. Just a guess, like why I would guess that they did that, because it does seem strange. It does seem very time consuming, and it doesn't, I don't know. But I would guess, honestly, that it's to mimic the look of knit patterns. Because, and this is just totally a guess based on the fact that they used the waistcoat stitch for the body of the hat, which you would only use if you were trying to mimic a knit hat. And I know that this is the crochet version of the original hat, which is a knitting pattern. So maybe and I would say, you know, this, whoops, showing the wrong camera, this is obviously crochet. But this, back and forth from when we were doing the slip stitch, that almost looks like it could have been knit. So I think it's just a kind of homage to the original knit pattern to make it look like it was knit. But us crocheters know that, you know, I mean, the waistcoat stitches, that's a tough stitch to do it properly. And I know that they're, you know, the regular, the way where you just go through like the two legs of the stitch is not too bad, not too difficult. But to do the version of the waistcoat stitch where it actually lines up properly, like lines up squarely, like a knitting pattern, is kind of tough to do. And so, you know, I'm just a little bit, I'm feeling a little bit motivated to make just like a crochet pattern that's crochet friendly and uses crochet aesthetic. Forgot it was knitting. Yeah, originally it was. I mean, this, you know, in knitter's defense, So I don't knit, so I don't know, I can't say one is better than the other. But knitting is a lot faster than crochet. So like if you were starting a shop or something, or if you wanted to do like booths or events, you would so much more get your time. What is it? Get a closer value for your time for knitting because it's so much faster. Oh my gosh, I just realized I haven't counted my stitches in a long time. I hope I haven't like slowly gotten smaller. Oh, I totally have. Look at that. There's a skipped stitch right there. I'm gonna finish this row and see where we're at, actually. That one was kind of messy. I'm just gonna go back. Just gonna bump the mic for fun. Alright, where are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20! We've lost 5 stitches. This is not going to be the neatest hat that anyone has ever seen. Though, to be fair, losing 5 stitches has brought me back down to where the smaller section is, so I don't know if I'm going to fix that or not. Let me see if I fold this, do I like how thick that is? Yeah, that's not too bad. I might add a couple more stitches. I might go back up to 23. Yeah, look at that. You can see I missed a stitch there. And I think right there. And right here. Yeah, so there's 20, 21, 22, 23. Whoops. Still looks cute. I'm actually not bothered by this. I'm not the type of person who, I don't go back when I miss stitches unless it's like less than 10 stitches difference. I will just be like, whoops, I guess I'm adding an increase to the next round. Like, is anyone else that way? Or is it just me? Am I a lazy crocheter? I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna unravel all of my work to make it just for the peace of mind. I can definitely see, like, I know that it could probably bug people who have, sensitivities to that kind of stuff, but boy, I can just not be bothered. So I'm just gonna put a random increase in the middle for the next 3 rows. And I think that'll do it. But it wasn't made by AI. Exactly, Kirby. Thank you. It won't be perfect. And there's something kind of beautiful about that. I skipped 3 stitches, and the brim of my hat will be slightly oblong. But that's okay, because then nobody could ever ask me earnestly if this is AI or machine made, because it won't even look it. There's something kind of beautiful about that. There, so now we're up to 21. I'm gonna get up to 23. I think the pattern calls for 25, but the single crochet is larger, so. A couple of reminders while we're if you haven't already, to subscribe and like this video so that people can find it, and join our community. Join our Discord, which I'm pretty sure, I hope, the link is easy to find on YouTube. I am new to YouTube, so I am still trying to figure out how to make all of that the way it's sort of expected to be. But please do join our Discord, because the purpose of this channel is definitely to grow a community of people who, you know, can get together, share what brings them joy, find motivation in the hard times. And also, we are going to have channels on our Discord for things like how to call your senators, scripts to use if you're not super familiar, a calendar of major events, and voting deadlines. And more stuff like that. So, do join us if you feel so compelled. And in future streams, we are going to be making our own patterns. I will probably do this based on requests. I think that would be fun to do next Friday, and this will be every Friday starting at the same time, which for me is 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. Next Friday, we are going to be making a heart garland in memory of all those who have lost their lives to ice. It's going to be, unfortunately, a sizable garland. That's just the ones we know of, not, you know, the thousands that went missing, which nobody's talking about that anymore. I've also considered doing, I do amigurumi dolls. You can see a couple here in the background. I don't know if they're big enough for you to tell. I was thinking about doing some of those for the ice victims as well. I think we'll just kind of do what we feel called to do in the moment. There will also probably be days when we look into the dreaded whip basket, which is this pink basket right here, which has all of my projects that I have not finished, which I definitely need like some accountability on those, because a lot of them are gifts that I started for people. So I need to get those out. There. We are back up to 23 stitches. I think it might look a little weird, like the correction will probably look stranger than the decreases, the accidental missed stitches, because I missed 3 stitches slowly over time, but I added 3 within 3 layers, so hopefully that's not gonna be a problem. Not too worried about it. Yeah, perfectionism. Yeah, going back and having that need to go back and fix mistakes in art, I do not envy you of your perfectionism. That has got to be difficult to deal with. But everything that I've seen of yours has always come out lovely. So, you know, whatever you gotta do to be happy with what you're creating. Though I do wish you peace in your endeavors and hope that your perfectionism doesn't hold you back or make you feel bad. All right, thank you so much, Kirby. We'll see you next time. Thanks for hanging out. I am very, very excited to be back, and I'm very glad that you came and said hi and joined us for Long Tin. Have fun with, if you end up going to sleep, have fun, have a good nap. And if you end up getting back to Skyrim, do show screenshots of your fun, creepy house. Or what did you call it? Your vampire house? Or was that The Sims? I might be talking about two different things here. Oh, I just realized I've been kind of crocheting off stream a little bit. So if this is comfy, maybe I'll just adjust this. Yeah, there we go. So the problem that I'm having with this like wool-like yarn is that I keep grabbing only portions of it when I go through to do a single crochet. And it causes this kind of fuzzy, like broken stitch that makes it really difficult to go back through when you come back around. It's a struggle. So something that has been on my mind a lot, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, was is how to kind of respond to people who are still supporting the violence after all of this. And I would love to get opinions on how you're handling, you know, the Trump supporters in your life right now. Because I'm kind of at odds a little bit. I'm having a hard time with it. Because on the one hand, I feel like ostracizing them will cause them to just turn to each other and double down on their ineptitude. I don't know what it is that they have that they all have in common, but on the other hand, I feel like not ostracized. I feel like we kind of need to make them the pariahs. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like they need to know that this is not acceptable and that they are not the majority. And I'm having a hard time deciding whether or not I need to cut people out of my life, you know? Because my immediate response is that I don't want to see these people anymore. But I also feel like if we remove the community of like, if we remove all of the empathetic people from the lives of those who have the wool pulled over their eyes, then they will have no source. They will have no source of kind of thinking through this as I'm talking here, but they won't have anyone to talk to bring them back, right? So they'll just sit and talk to each other and it'll get worse and worse and worse. But at the same time, like, is talking to them doing anything? Like, will there ever be a situation where they're like, oh, you know, you have finally presented enough facts and evidence for me to realize that maybe the world isn't all of it seems. I don't know. I don't know if there would ever be a time when I could give my mother enough evidence that she would believe what's going on in the world. Summer says, I try not to engage in conversation, but if it got bad enough, I would cut people out, family or not family. My silent protest against those people is sharing factual posts on my stories. That's kind of where I'm headed at this point, I think, too. Is like but the thing is, like, I shared I also was doing the silent protest where you just share facts and evidence on Facebook, and I don't know how aggressive your Trump supporter friends are, but they would like come out of the woodwork to argue with me, which is such a strange thing to do to somebody who you claim to love. You know what I mean? And I never argued with them on their posts, which I think is what's silly about this, is that, like, I don't know. It's weird. It's like their desire to be correct. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know what their problem is. It's very strange. You know, something interesting I've noticed, actually, that I think a lot of people who are in blue states or blue areas or have a lot of empathetic friends might not realize, especially people in other countries might not realize this. And I don't know if this is just me and my circles, or if you guys can relate to this, let me know. But it's very interesting. How can I say this without, like, throwing them under the bus? The people in my life who are still Trump fans, I think that the content that they consume supports their agenda so well that they legitimately are living in a different world. Thoughts on that? Like, for example, I think my mother lives in a world, bear with me here, this is going to be controversial to say. My mother genuinely, with all of her heart, believes she lives in a world where immigrants are literally flooding the country to murder our children. Like, hot take, I know. And obviously, they're not. But if you kind of put yourself in the shoes of somebody who is being subjected to that kind of propaganda, like, that would be really scary, you know? To live, because, like, put yourself in the shoes for a second. It is very, very real to them that this is happening. Like, they literally live in a world where immigrants are flooding into the country to murder people. And they believe with all their hearts that it is true. And I think that's part of why a lot of this violence is being justified, is because they believe the violence has already been here. And I think that that's really upsetting. I don't know if you guys have ever had a chance to sort of dip into the other side's media. You know, consume some Fox content as a scientist. Go in as a scientist to observe and take notes. But if you guys ever get the chance to consume some Fox content just to see how they talk about people and the world that they live in, it's very eye-opening. And I think, to some extent, I don't want to cut these people off because I do kind of believe that they're victims of propaganda. Very good propaganda. Like, and I mean, granted, you have to be stupid, right? Like, you have to be stupid. Or evil. And it gets to the point where, I think we're at the point where everybody who's still supporting Trump is either stupid or evil, and I just pray every single day that my mom is just dumb as a rock. Honestly. Because at this point, I'm starting to wonder if the woman who raised me is evil, and that's just not a cool place to be. But you can't be a sensible person and be aware of what's going on in the world and also still support it. Which I think is why we're seeing a lot of MAGA people fall off the train. Because I think that people who are openly MAGA actually do consume content. They actually are aware of what's going on in the world and have decided to support it, which is why Trump supporter and MAGA are not the same in my head. But yeah, I know that's a hot take, and I know people probably have opinions about that. I would love to hear how you feel about it, if that's something you guys want to talk about. Summer says, thankfully none of my friends are supporters. It's mainly my dad and stepmom. My dad called. Your dad called? Isn't on Instagram, but my stepmom is. And I know she shows him the posts. Oh, he called me pretending. He called you pretending to be Trump one day and left a voicemail demanding that you stop posting? What? Was he trying to be funny? Like, what? I'm gonna need some context for that one before I judge. Sorry. I don't want to judge harshly if he was just trying to be funny, because the thing is, they really don't take this seriously. Like, I think that that's important for everybody to understand, is that a lot of people who are just passively participating are not taking this seriously. I don't think that applies to MAGA. Anybody who's openly MAGA is paying attention and is evil. Like, I'm sorry. But people who are just kind of passive Trump supporters, I think they just don't understand. I think they think he's funny. I think they think it's funny. So, I am curious on whether or not he thought that was clever, or what he was trying to accomplish with that. Summer says the media they consume for sure makes them feel that way. 100%. Oftentimes I find their logical thinking, skill, and education of how this country really works just isn't there. I agree. Painting is poetry, says. But at one time they were an immigrant. I agree with that. So that is an interesting thought that I kind of want to double down on also. So I was born in Utah. And I have lived in Florida for the last 5 years. And now I'm back in Utah. for some family health reasons. We ended up coming back, which I didn't want to do. Would have liked to not do. Oh my goodness. It looks like a couple people, Emily Teal and, what is that? Sorry, it's cut off a little bit. Quilts eventually. Kathy Klein, thank you so much for subscribing on YouTube. I appreciate you both. If you're still here, I'm sorry the notification is super delayed on that one. I need to, oh, you know what? I'm going to take a note of that actually also, because my YouTube alerts are not working, which is very frustrating. YouTube alerts. Okay. I'm going to take notes because as soon as I turn off the stream, I'm going to forget everything that I wanted to fix. But yeah, so a thought on that. So moving to Florida really opened my eyes to the world, because Utah is it's a very closed state. Like, if you don't live here or if you're not familiar with the area, you might not realize how very closed off Utah, specifically the Salt Lake and Utah valleys, are very, very closed off socially. There is, you know, a particular branch of Christianity here that is a minority among the United States, but almost everybody here is. And that creates kind of this lack of desire for people who are comfortable to ever leave. Like, it is very common for Utahns, especially Utah women, I would say, to not leave the state more than 20 times in their entire life, I would argue. And even that might be like a really high guesstimate. And as part of that, there becomes this sort of, and also the state is largely white. It's very white here. And the other most common race is Hispanics. Generally Mexican Hispanics, but there has been like a shift. So but anyway. This sort of fear of change and this fear of outsiders that the state has cultivated, which in my opinion is not something that the religion has caused so much as just it is something that religious people have caused. And I know there's opinions on that, but that's how I feel about it as somebody who's in this world. And I think that not ever leaving the country and not ever leaving the state, especially, can really kind of eliminate empathy, in that it's really easy for you to view outsiders as less than. Especially older people who aren't cool with change. And I think that your comment earlier, painting is poetry, about at one time they were an immigrant, that is true for almost everyone in the United States, but it is especially true for the people of Utah. Because, brief history for those who don't know and don't follow Utah history, which, why would you if you didn't live here, to be honest? It's not great. So the Mormon pioneers actually fled the United States into Mexico when they settled here. This was not U.S. territory. They left the country in pursuit of religious freedoms. So we all were illegal immigrants. And our people, our entire heritage is based on the fact that we fled the country for safety. And then years later, the United States acquired Utah. And it's like in those years, everybody just flippin' forgot that we fled into Mexico. And I think that's really frustrating for me, because I don't think people are talking about it nearly enough. Pretty much the entire West, around the time of the canvas wagons, they were fleeing into Mexico. Like the first ones fled into Mexico. Obviously during the gold rush and everything, it changed hands, and I don't know a lot about the history of that war. I need to get more familiar with it. But the very first wagons that came across West, they were coming to Mexico, and they did not really have any inherent right to be there. And yet, all of these states in the West, save the actual West Coast, they're very, very red states. And they're very anti, change or immigration, which is really, really frustrating to me. Because I am very fascinated and passionate about my, Utah heritage, my great times, I think 6 or 7 grandfather actually came across the plains with the sugar mill. That there's a city here in Utah called Sugar House that was named after the sugar mill that our first governor, Brigham Young, ordered from England. And my grandfather came across from England with the sugar mill that was ordered by Brigham Young. Like, that was my grandpa that brought that over here. And so I'm very proud of my heritage. And I am very grateful for, the Native Americans and the Mexican people for not, killing all of my relatives for being in their land, because we were. And I do not feel like my people are grateful enough for that. Summer says, I still to this day don't know if he was trying to be funny or not. He said, "This is Trump, take them down." Part of it sounded like he thought I didn't know I was sharing posts about Trump. Like he was trying to educate me on what I was posting about, and that I should take them down because it's the president. That brings up another interesting talking subject. I'm not sure what our boomer grandparents did to their children to make them be this way. But demanding respect because of your position or age is something that I am very, very glad that it seems like millennials and Gen Zs are throwing out. Having this thought that you are owed respect because you're the president, or that you can't speak negatively about him because he's the president, or you need to do what I say because I'm your mom, and stuff like that. Like, that is just such a very strange, incorrect thing that I feel like is very prominent, especially in Republicans, that I don't really understand. I know that it's I know that it's a very old concept and that, it's getting better. And I know that it wasn't new for boomers, respecting your elders and respecting your parents and stuff like that. But my goodness, some people are just not good people. And some people do not respect others at all. And I think that should not be rewarded just because someone is older or has a position of power. And I know that it's a common subject right now, that all of these don't tread on me people are just really getting down on the knees and licking boots for this one, which is crazy because all this time they were like, don't tread on me, and now they're like, well, you can't say that because he's the president. I just don't know. I don't know. Another thing that's very common, I think, in my conversations at least, has been every time I bring up something with evidence, gosh, is this seriously the same person again? Sorry guys, 1 second. Okay, I'm sorry. They have literally called me 4 times. I thought for sure that it was an emergency or that something's going on at work. They had the wrong number. And it was definitely one of those call center things, because it did that little bloop at the very beginning, which is a click to call. So, friggin' wasting my time, all of our time. They're wasting all of our time. Unbelievable. It might have been important though, I don't know. I hope whoever it is that they get the right number, and that if it's health related, that they'll be okay. So your car's extended warranty? No, it was so it was definitely a click to call, because it had that little blip at the beginning, but they didn't tell me what it was. They had the wrong number, which, to be fair, the number they asked for Andrew, but I'm not about to tell them that he's my husband. I'm like, nope, this isn't Andrew. You're gonna have to get his right number if you want to talk to him. So, I don't know. Hopefully it's not anything important. If they need to talk to me, they can get my name right. And if they need to talk to him, they can get his number right, Exactly. I'm not about to pass my phone over to my husband. They got the number wrong. My goodness, look at this progress. So you start to get on a roll. You can see where it was only 20 stitches. And then when I bumped it up to 23, hopefully that's not a problem. We're gonna be folding it. So I'm thinking, as long as I kind of allow for that give a little bit, it shouldn't be too noticeable. I honestly don't think it's gonna bug me, which I'm lucky to be able to say. I know that would bug a lot of people, but I think it'll be all right. Somebody mentioned Tunisian crochet earlier. I would really like to learn Tunisian crochet. I've seen a lot of videos of it. And it looks so cool. Like they do like 3 layers worth of crochet like all at once. I've seen people do like purse straps and like bracelets and stuff with Tunisian crochet. Which if you haven't seen it, you should look it up because it's neato. Like we might learn to do that on stream because I have definitely been interested. Is that just 1/2 of the band? I don't know. I think I'm going all the way around. Let's see. Repeat until it feels snugly around your head. Approximately 90 rows. I don't know how many rows I'm at. I definitely am not counting. I'm just gonna go until it fits around my head. But yeah, I think we're a little more than halfway. But no rush though. This is just fun and chill. I don't really have an end time in mind. I think we'll probably just maybe go until dinner, I guess. Time for a couple hours. When I repost this video though, I'm gonna chop it down so that it's not like a 5-hour video. See, I've made a little bit of a mess here. I don't know how this happened, but there's 3 stitches that are like way close to each other. I think I must have snagged it while I was doing it. See that? I'm not really sure how that happened, but now try and fix it here. Pretty sure I almost just did it again. There we go. Nice. Okay, that wasn't so bad. I don't know why that keeps happening though. I think that it's just this this yarn is so I do mostly like size 4 and 6 like tightly wound yarn, like the typical like acrylic and bamboo style where it's like really tightly knit or tightly wound. So these knit patterns where it's like loosely wound like this, where it's very, very fibrous, I love the look of this. But I am not used to it. So I think I keep snagging it by accident. But I feel myself getting a little bit faster, so that feels good. I'm excited to hear tomorrow how the shutdown went. I know that it's still going on now. And as part of my shutdown, I'm kind of trying to stay off of my phone. Just, I'm trying to not contribute at all, other than to bring people together and hopefully form a community, which, you know, will be a work in progress. It'll probably take a minute, but I'm very excited about it. But I'm trying to stay off of social media and everything today, so I'm excited to see. I'm also kind of nervous to see how it's going for everybody. I'm excited to see all of the wins. I can't wait to see everybody's videos of what they did today and But at the same time, there's also a little bit of a nervousness to it. That, like, I hope everybody's staying safe. And I hope that nobody's causing problems. It feels silly a little bit. Just sitting in here and waiting, but I know that if I do what I usually do today, then it won't be much of a difference for me. Three. I'm gonna count this row. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, some of these stitches are really tight from the snags. Oh shoot, was that 12 or 13? See. Safety is my main concern, but I am hoping for real results this time. I am too. I definitely... I think, people are just kind of done with it. You know? Like, I'm definitely done with it. And I hope that it's enough. I think that, you know, the statistic I'm sure everybody is familiar with at this point, that you only need 3.5% of people to get organized to make a genuine change. And I feel like this has got to be that 3.5. Like, this has got to be that number. Yeah, look at that. That is gonna bug me. Hopefully it'll go away. Nice. Alright, where are we at? So we're a little bit... I've got my headphones on, but... making progress. I probably should have done a double crochet because this yarn is a little bit thinner. Like, it's one of those thin fluffy yarns where it's like technically it's worsted yarn, but like it's designed to be kind of fluffier, so it requires more space. And since my tension is so much tighter than it probably is supposed to be, it ends up just coming out a little bit small. Oh. Just grab the wrong head. I'm really wondering what it's gonna take, you know? I think that's where my mind is at this point, is just like, this is going to end probably soon. And I'm also confident that the people will win out against the government. But I am impatient to see what it is that will cause us to win ultimately. You know? Like, is it gonna be the midterms? I kind of feel like it's gonna be the midterms. Is it gonna be the Epstein files? Are we finally gonna get those? At this point, I think we all know what's in them. Is it gonna be just enough Republicans finally standing up to him. I do wonder what it's gonna be. Maybe all of them. Oh yeah, his flippin' health. See, the thing is, Summer says, I think due to his health, it'll either be him passing or the midterms if he makes it till then. See, the problem with that is that I don't think that's gonna change anything. I really don't. He definitely has some health issues and probably should be removed from office for those reasons, if nothing else, for those reasons. However, I don't think that will change anything because Vance is so much worse. Like, he is also morally bankrupt, of course, but he's worse in the sense that he's not like stupid about it. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to explain because obviously they're all stupid. Hot take. But I don't know, I feel like he just has a much more conniving vibe, and he's much more serious about his hatred, where I kind of feel like Trump, he comes off as like this silly old man sometimes to the Republicans who still support him. They think he's funny. I've heard people say that they think he's funny. Vance is not that way. He is a conniving and very sinister person, and it'll be nice when Trump is gone, but I don't think that alone will stop this problem. Though I do think it would be an integral part of the collapse if there was a shift in power. I think that would probably help. I don't know. I obviously don't wish death or ill health on anybody, but I do think we're going to need something more than that. Summer says Vance is horrible, but I do feel he is more country focused rather than narcissistic focused. I would have to do more research on that. I'm sure you're right. He definitely won't be. I mean, Trump is just crazy. He's like actually insane. Like, I think he probably needs to be, I think that whether or not he is fit to be the president probably needs to, like, politics aside, probably needs to be questioned. I don't know enough about Vance other than the terrible things that he has said. But I guess, you know, I think it depends on what country he's focused on, you know? Like, if he's more country focused, like, but what country though? You know? Like, he says he's a patriot, but like, a patriot for who? Because my country, the country that the people are out in the streets fighting for today, is one that was built by immigrants, and one that needs immigrants. Like, heads up, we need immigration policy because millennials are not having enough kids, and that's fine. The Republican solution is that we need to convince millennial women to have kids. That is not the solution. The solution is provide incentive for immigrants to come to our country and help our economy. But they don't want to talk about that. They want to manipulate women. So, like, my country is one that accepts and celebrates immigration. I don't feel like that's Vance's country. And I think that might be my problem with him. So granted, I do need to look into him some more, but the problem is that for as much research as I have been doing to try and stay aware, the fact that Vance doesn't come up more often is actually also part of the problem for me. I feel like he's very shady, very like working in the shadows a little bit, and the fact that he's not really a front line for all of this, it's not reassuring for me. Yeah, Summer says a good solution would be to actually make having kids affordable. Heaven forbid, you know. It's so crazy. Because I had 2 kids, and at this point in my life, I'm like, I love my daughters more than anything in the entire world. But I feel guilty for bringing them into this. I really do. And it's so crazy because I know a lot of older people just like can't even process how someone would feel that way. I don't know. I feel like especially in red states, especially in religious red states, having kids is like everything. And like my family, I'm one of 5 children. And I think my parents, my mom, I don't think my dad, but I think my mom would have liked to have more. And that blows my mind as a mother of 2. Like, there was a little bit of a scare there for a second where we thought we might be pregnant again. And it was spooky because we are not in a spot right now where we can do that. And we were starting to kind of think about like, all right, we're going to need to figure out how we're going to do this. And fortunately, I was just late. It wasn't a big deal or anything, but it got me thinking about the resources that aren't really available to people who are having kids. And it's like, they're doing such a big push to like the solution. So Fox News. Fox News is very threatened by the surge of liberal women in this country. And I think that we scare people. We scare them. They're very scared of us. We are very scary. And on Fox News, they said something along the lines of like, the way to stop this is to get them married younger. Straight up. I heard it on Fox. Which I unfortunately watch to try and figure out where my mother is coming from. I know, yes. I have actually heard Fox officials say that what the Republican Party needs to do to earn back the young woman vote is to get them married younger. That's the solution that they're pushing. Weird, right? Super gross. And I think they think that makes sense, where they're like, yeah, if they get married younger, they'll start a family younger, and then, you know, their family-centric opinions will cause them to be more conservative. Like, I guess that makes sense in their heads or something. But what I hear is like taking a step toward Handmaid's Tale is what that sounds like to me. Like, we can't have our women thinking for themselves, so we need to hurry and get them married so that they can be in a house with a man who will teach them how to be conservative. The interesting thing about marriage is I also heard, I listened to this Rockin' podcast, if anybody is interested in hearing more content like this, but better because they've been doing it longer. There is a podcast called, what is it called? I think it's Baddies for Democracy is what it's called. It's these two Gen Z girls. One of them is like a government lawyer, and another is an activist. Baddies for the People is what it's called. Baddies for the People. It's very, very, very good podcast. They're very cute girls, and they bring me all of the joy in the world. But they also have like a lot of those kind of hot topic issues where it's very much like women's health and being represented properly and stuff like that. So definitely worth a look if you guys don't know them already. Cheyenne Hunt from Gen Z for Change is one of the girls that does that podcast, and she is just incredible. If you don't follow her, please do. She's amazing. She's like, she's a lawyer, so she's a little bit angrier. She's like all of these things that we're talking about, but like angrier, which is good. It's kind of refreshing actually to see somebody who has the power to reach out to people at that, like en masse, and educate, but also have that sort of fire in them that I really appreciate. But anyway, the reason I bring them up is they had a podcast, an episode recently where they went over some interesting statistics that basically about the dried up Gen Z dating pool. And the statistics are, I don't remember the exact numbers and I don't want to misquote them, but basically the statistics are like, of all polling only Gen Z people, something like 55 to 60% of Gen Z males support Trump. 54%-ish. Just a little over 50% was the statistic. And less than 30% of Gen Z women support Trump. And that is the largest political divide in an age group by gender that has ever been polled. Which, granted, polls have only been happening since the boomers, so there's only 4 generations in that mix to poll. But it is such a huge discrepancy that it is really causing problems for people who are dating right now. And I'm sure if you are dating right now, you probably know exactly what I'm talking about. There are a lot of people who take Andrew Tate very seriously. I thought he was a joke. He's not a joke. A lot of people take him very seriously. Summer says, what I hear is if they get married while they're dumber, then they'll have kids while they're dumber and reproduce dumber kids to manipulate. Super fair, honestly, the iPad children. Because heaven knows I try my best, but my kids end up in front of the TV sometimes because the economy does not support being a mother. Is that Diana? Thank you so much for joining us. Hello, how are you, my friend? Yeah, it was interesting too. In that same podcast episode, they were kind of talking, what are we crocheting? We are crocheting the Melt the Ice Hat by Sarah Sward, I think is her name. It's in the description. Unfortunately, my links are not clickable for some reason, but you can copy and paste it if you like. But right now we're just doing like the band of the hat, and then like I think this is the time-consuming part. We're literally just doing like a bunch of single crochets until we get all the way around, and then it's gonna be waistcoat stitches, which I think will go a little bit faster, which will be nice. Yeah, I keep catching. Look at this. Can you see that? It's kind of hard to see, I guess. I just sort of crocheted over it. I keep snagging these fibers and it's making it kind of look silly, but when I pass over it, like you can't really tell, because I've done it several times and you can't really tell in the finished textile that I've done that. So hopefully it's not a problem, but I do keep doing it and it is driving me crazy. So. You know, I saw a video recently of somebody who was protesting ICE, and they literally just super cute. Yeah, so I'll put my previous story on hold for a second. Yeah, so if you're not familiar, the Melt the Ice hat, it's the description kind of shares the story a little bit, but it was popularized in, shoot, was it Norway or Poland? I think it was Norway. During the Nazi occupation of their country. And it was used to kind of signal to each other that they were that they were against the Nazi occupation in their country. And it's interesting. The story doesn't share all of this. The story that's in the pattern doesn't share all of what happened very well. What the pattern says is that within 2 years of this hat going around, it was made illegal, punishable by law, to wear, make, or distribute these hats because they were seen as part of the revolution. If you look up the group that wore these hats and that revolution, it actually was, like, I don't know enough about it to go on the story right now, but it is worth looking up, like, the origin of the ice out hats. But for our purposes, it has been kind of introduced to the crafty community recently, as a symbol of resistance, to kind of, you know, bring people together while we're making them, and then to wear them while we go out and protest. That is the purpose of these. This channel's purpose, however, our goal is to create a safe space for people who are having a hard time with current events to sort of rest and recharge and do something fun together. It is a crochet with me. This, you can see our stream is very basic right now. This is our very first one. I sort of rushed to get this stream out because of the shutdown today. This is sort of my thing that I'm doing instead of working today, was building up this community. And the Rattan and Rose community is one that my vision for this group is that we'll get together every Friday and everybody will bring, whatever it is that brings you joy, whether that's crocheting along with us or knitting or any kind of art, drawing, or painting, playing your favorite video game, just anything that brings you joy that you can join in the conversation and just kind of be intentionally present for a couple of hours. And then also we have a Discord channel that I would love to invite you to join. It's very nice. Are you also going to make TikToks about it? Since it's a big app, you should share your word on it. I would like to, I definitely would like to sort of increase our reach. I have not yet. Since this is our first video, I'm hoping that there will probably be a lot of segments in this video that will cut up easily into shorts and content that would go well on those other platforms. I don't plan on streaming to them because I feel like it's just a different audience. But yeah, I would like to do a little bit of everything. I am dedicated to growing this community because I do think that it's important. So I'm going to do the work and the research that is required to do that quickly. It is also worth noting that the Melt the Ice hat is a paid pattern. So usually on the streams we would have the pattern right here, down underneath in this space. But because this pattern is not mine, I of course am not comfortable doing that. But also the pattern, both patterns, the crochet and knitting patterns, they're only $5 and all proceeds go toward helping people in Minnesota. I believe it's specifically immigrant aid programs in Minnesota. So I do urge everybody who is a crocheter or a knitter, there's both patterns, that even if you can't crochet with us, that please do consider purchasing the pattern for the cause. Additionally, we are doing a fundraiser for VEAP, which is a food pantry in Twin Lakes, Minnesota. So if you haven't had a chance to contribute to the shutdown today, do consider something like that. Summer says, please read TikTok's terms and conditions before doing so and decide if they are something you align with. They changed their terms to include a section saying you consent to the collection and sharing of your info to the government agencies. They also include the collection of info on anyone in your contacts if they are synced with the app. Yikes. Yeah, I should probably do a lot of research on which platforms we're on. I think that many of them are unfriendly to our cause. I need to do some research, but man, do I just not have the time to figure out which platforms are ethical. But yeah, I know Facebook is not a place that I want to be, unfortunately. I'm on the fence about Instagram. We have an Instagram, but I don't even think I posted this. I don't even think I posted this stream to our Instagram, to be honest. I'm actually positive I did not. So I don't know. And I haven't streamed in like 5 years, so I know there's a lot of new softwares like Kick and Substack that might be safer for us. I'm not too worried about monetization. Like I was talking about earlier, I'm not super worried about making any money. It would be fun to get to the point where we were monetized for charity, maybe. Like I would like to, so all of our proceeds from this video and from our streams are going toward VEAP, the food pantry. And I would like to get monetized and stay monetized so that I could contribute to that more. But I also am not going to censor myself and change our vibe and change what we believe in order to do that, you know? Like, I don't think that would be doing a service. So, I don't know. I'm still trying to decide. I definitely need to do some research and talk to other streamers and video creators and see what people are doing. Because I definitely want to keep everybody safe and also do the most that I can. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. We haven't lost any stitches this time around, which is great. So people who are just getting here, you can see that we started at 23. And then I kind of lost, like there's a lost stitch, there's a lost stitch, there's a lost stitch. So I got down to 20. And then I went back to 23 over the course of like 3 rows. And so now it's kind of got a little bit of a janky look to it, but I'm not too worried about it. Because this channel is anti-AI, and so, you know, the more janky we can make our hats look, the less AI it will look. So, win? I think we're about halfway, let's see. I'm unraveling it. Oh. Yeah, a little bit more than halfway. Nice. Nice. Alright, so we'll probably finish the band today, and then maybe we'll stream again tomorrow to finish. I don't want to wait until next Friday to finish it. Because I've got events and stuff I want to wear it to this week. So yeah, we might stream again tomorrow. Oh boy. Yeah, I unraveled like 3 stitches while I was trying to get that to fit on me. There we go. So some interesting sort of local politics news. I am in Utah State right now, and something that's happening here that's not really making it on the news. Trend reports? Oh, according to this year's trend reports in the world of art, people are craving the human touch and feel again, especially in fonts. Fonts? You mean like people are picking fonts that are like handwritten fonts? Because I totally do that and have been thinking about uploading a font of my handwriting. That would be fun. But anyway, some interesting Utah politics. Utah is currently fighting gerrymandering, which a lot of states are right now because Republicans don't feel like they can win fairly. Something interesting that's going on in Utah is it's largely been a red state for a very, very, very long time. But what's interesting is though Republican is the largest political group, it's actually not the majority. Like, who are my Utah friends? Like, Summer, did you know that? Republicans are not the majority of Utah voters. They are the largest party, but Democrats, independents, and non-affiliateds are over 50% together. Together, they are over 50% of the registered population. And I think Republicans are very, very scared about that. So there has been a huge push for gerrymandering lately, which is just absolutely abysmal. Back in 2020, Utah voters put together something called Proposition 4, which is a proposition that we voted on, and everybody voted for it. Not everybody, a little bit more than 50% of people voted in favor of Proposition 4, which generally, basically what it does is it created a districting commission of non-elected officials to put the maps together fairly. So Proposition 4, a districting commission for maps of non-elected officials. And it's important that they're non-elected because if you're elected and you put together your own maps, that's like obviously a conflict of interest, right? Right? Like I feel like I'm going crazy. And so Utah voted for Prop 4 and it is now in effect. And so Utah has a public redistricting committee that makes sure that our maps are fair and competitive. So that got put into place in 2021, I think, 2020, 2021-ish. And our legislators are trying to get it repealed. So the Utah people worked so hard to gather signatures and get the information out and get everything we needed, which was virtually impossible. Like our legislators made it almost impossible for citizens to put anything on our state constitution. And so they made it really, really hard for us, but we still did it. And we got it on there and it was great. And we had fair maps for a couple of years. And now, this year, our legislators are trying to get it repealed. And they are they're hiring signature gatherers from outside of Utah. So like people who have no stakes in this game and don't care. They're hiring to come and stand at like every doorway. Like you can't go into Walmart without encountering one of these guys. They're at all the rec centers and all of the event halls and just everything. They're everywhere. And trying to get people to repeal the people's right to fair maps. Which sounds so crazy. Like, why would anybody go along with this, right? So there is a group called BURN, BURRN, Brave Utahns Rapid Response Network, that I am proud to be a part of. That basically we have been going around every time there's a signature gatherer. So when somebody in our community encounters a signature gatherer, they'll let the Signal chat know that, hey, there's one here at this location. And essentially what we do is we go and stand next to them and make sure that they are behaving legally and gathering signatures correctly. Because we have not once in our organization's entire time that we've been standing next to these people, not once has anybody seen them actually do it legally, which is really concerning. They are required to let you read the entire proposition, which is like 20 pages long. So nobody's doing that. And also, I have myself heard people say, "Are you Republican? Here, sign this." And the thing that's really frustrating about that is that not even Republicans want gerrymandered maps. You know what I mean? So they're just kind of using the left versus the right debate against all of these people who don't know better to get them to, like, trick them into taking away their own rights, is literally what's happening. And it's just absolutely insane to watch. And like I said, I'm part of the organization, not organization, we're actually grassroots. Like, it's just people. I'm part of the grassroots organization that, is going and standing next to these people with posters that say decline to sign and providing more information than the signature gatherers are giving, because they're lying. And we know that they're lying, and we've sat and listened to them lie and be mean, and the harassment, like, they are harassing and bullying people, and none of them are Utahns, so they don't really care that our rights are being taken away, and it's crazy to watch. Like, that's our local politics. That's what's going on right now in the midst of everything else that's going on. And our local legislators have just they've just decided to, so it's worth noting that they're actually doing really poorly on their signatures. Summer says they are heavily pushing ads on Facebook as well. I've had to block many profiles, yeah, for repealing Prop 4, because we like Prop 4. So there's a lot of pages that are pro Prop 4 as well. But yeah, so they're very, very behind on their signature gathering efforts. And so because it's looking like they need to get, I can't even remember the number, but they're not close. They're not even halfway to their needed signatures. And they have to be done. They have to get enough signatures by the 15th of February. And they're not going to make it at this point. Like, there's no way. And so because it's starting to look like they're going to lose, they are instead scrapping that entire project, and they're going over our heads to try and get 2 extra seats in our courts so that they can drown out the voice of the Democrats in our office. So they're going to add 2 more Republicans so that the Democrat that's in office is, like, goes from, what would it be? Like 20% down to like a 7% or whatever the math is on that. But Kim Jo says, I want more. Oh, Kim Jo. Are you my sister? Sorry if you're not. That might be weird, but I want more info on that sometime. I've been bombarded by those people who will come right at me asking if I'm Republican. Okay. It is very, very important. Everybody from Utah, listen to me right now. This is very important. This is our fight. This is what will matter for us. Because the next project they're taking on is ICE. So if we don't nip it here, we might have trouble. So Utahns, listen to me. If you encounter a signature gatherer trying to get you to repeal Prop 4, record them. You have the right to record them. Part of what Byrne is doing is making sure, like, we need to get as much evidence as physically possible that they are not doing this correctly. So if we have, if you had a video of a signature gatherer asking, are you Republican? Come and sign this. That could get those signatures thrown out, which is what we need. So, but also, yes, I do recommend anybody who is in Utah to consider joining Byrne, BURRN. I will post links in our Discord. Even if you don't want to go out and stand by the signature gatherers, what it is essentially is a network of people who lets other people know where the signature gatherers are standing so that we can go and make sure that they're behaving legally. Like, that's what that network is for. I'm proud to be a part of it, and I actually I I run their Facebook page, which is pretty cool to be able to do. But yeah, we definitely need more feet on the ground for this. So if you ever encounter one, let Burn know. Even if you follow them on Facebook and just message us every time you see one, that would be super helpful. But yeah, so that's what's going on in the Utah freaking legislative sessions. I know that this probably, the odds of this in coming across any Utah timelines is probably slim. Other than the, I'm your sister. Yay, hi! I thought that was you. I love you too. Thank you for coming and saying hi. I know you're working, even though you're not supposed to be, but it's fine. I understand. Man. Also, it's worth noting too that the bill in Utah, SB 134, I believe is what it's called, SB 134, their efforts to, because the legislators are noticing that their signature gathering efforts are not working, because they have to lie to people in order to make it work, and Burn is honestly making times really tough for them. They have decided to just scrap all of that, and like I was saying, they are just trying to sort of drown out the voices of the people who are in support of Prop 4 by adding, just like randomly adding extra seats. What?
This thing will not stop screaming to get into your room.
8th grade. She can be in here if she wants. She just can't jump up on the desk.
You know that's exactly what she'll do.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, because their signature gathering efforts are not working, they are sidestepping all of that and going around us, going over our heads, to add 2 more seats to the to our courts that will be in support of repealing Proposition 4. So basically, they're just adding 2 Republican seats to drown out everybody else, even though they are not, like I said, not the majority. Republicans are not the majority in Utah. And I think that scares them. So, and it was interesting, a lot of people from Burn, I unfortunately didn't get down there, but a lot of people from Burn went to the legislative session where they were voting on this SB 134 to the bill to add 2 more seats to our courts. And they were so scummy. They did that thing where right before the council started, like 30 minutes before, they changed the location of the meeting so that people would be confused and not be able to find it. And the new location was not posted publicly in accurate places. So fortunately, a couple of our people were able to find it, and they were able to get that information out to Burn fast enough for people to go. But they are intentionally being so shady about this. And it is just crazy to see the desperation of the Republican legislative as they're watching their jobs disappear. Like, it is crazy what's happening here. And it's not ever going to make it on the news because it's not nearly as big a deal as ICE, but to our local communities, this is a really big deal because the next thing they're voting on is ICE. Like, and this will really indicate to Utahns of both political spectrums, of all political spectrums, whether or not our representatives have our back. And because Republicans don't want this either. Republicans don't want gerrymandering either. And so having all of the independents and all of the Democrats and half of the Republicans being mad about all of this and having them go around behind people's backs to try and get this passed without the input of the people is super shady. And it's very indicative of where votes will be when larger issues like ICE are brought to them. So that's kind of where we're at locally, which, like I said, might not really matter to a lot of people outside of the state, but that's the fight we're fighting right now. So if you're in Utah, reach out to Bern. Help us keep our representatives accountable. I do want to hear more stories like this of other states, like other than Michigan, you know, and some large cities like New York and Detroit. You don't hear a lot about what is going on locally, and that's where the fight is. So I am very, very curious to hear more of these kinds of stories. Like, what is your legislator doing? Like, what are your people doing? Like, I want to hear some hopeful stories from the blue states. Like, I love seeing the videos of people's police forces, like local and state police force, formally condemning ICE and promising to not work with them and stuff. I love that kind of stuff. It gives me so much hope. And I'm sad a little bit to live in a city that has just pledged that they will help ICE, unfortunately. It's really weird because I live within the boundaries of a city who has pledged that they will help ICE if they're allied with ICE. But the city that I live closest to, which is weird, like our boundaries are strange. The cities I live closest to is a sanctuary city. So like I kind of want to move across the street and live in the sanctuary city, and it's really weird to kind of have this mix of worlds where I'm in a sanctuary city but also in a city that will cooperate with ICE if they're asked. It kind of gives me a little bit of, you know, some whiplash there for how I'm, because I think officially, unfortunately, I'm going to be with the ones who will ally with ICE when asked. And that alone might be enough for me to literally move across the street. Like, even though property taxes are way flipping higher. I'm a little bit doxing myself here, so I'm going to stop. But does anybody else have any situations like that where they're kind of like, I want to know what local jurisdictions are up to. I want to know, you know, how are things in other states. Morning Shadow says we should set up an ice cam that's just a camera that's posted over an ice cube set in a bowl that melts over the course of the stream. An ice cam? That's cute. I like that. I would need another camera. And if I got a second camera, I would stop using my laptop one. Do I like my laptop camera? Like, we're gonna change scenes for a second so I can, oh my gosh. Hi. You scared me. There's not really a spot for you here. Sure. There, how's that? This job. Alright, do I like this camera? It's actually not bad. I'm a little bit... So, on my screen, it's kind of smaller, though. Like, how's the resolution on this camera for you guys? Andrew, I'm gonna sit down. Go over there and just sit down. Sit. Thank you. Remember to melt ice, kids. You want to join a noise protest and keep ICE awake in their hotel rooms? Yes. Yes, that would be fun. I like those a lot. I love when bands when like local bands get involved and stuff, and they will have like a full-on like a full-on actual party outside of the hotels. It's like my favorite thing. That reminds me, actually, we are going to, on the Discord, if you guys aren't on the Discord, another reminder to join us on Discord. We are going to have like an active boycotts list on our Discord, and I believe Hilton is the line that is still housing ICE. So I want to get this to the point where like I want on our Discord to have all of these resources where like if you just are angry, you can go into our Discord, find the protest list, and Avery, Silly Shay, thank you so much for the follow on, what is that, on Twitch. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to our stream. Nice to have you. You're in ad jail. Oh, sorry about that. Dang Twitch. I forgot about ad jail. I need to go through and check on my ads and make sure that it's not too frequent. Are the ads bothering everyone? Like, obviously ads are bothering people, but is it excessive? Like, how do you guys feel about the ads? And granted, everybody wants less ads, but like, is it excessive? Like, give me feedback on that kind of stuff, because I'm new to the ads. Twitch added ads, and I don't know how it works or if it's worth it or anything, but if it makes you feel better, any money that is made on this stream in any way is going toward VEAP, which is a it is a pantry. Sorry, I'm missing words. It is a food pantry in Minnesota that is bringing groceries to people who are scared to leave their houses. So any money that we make on this stream, including ad revenue, donations, charity, anything at all, goes toward feeding families who are stuck in their houses. So thank you so much for dealing with our ads, but do let me know if you feel like they're excessive. I heard about this hat earlier this week and want to make one. On the ads I just clicked on, so it was the beginning set. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you. Yeah, so our the link to get this pattern, usually in the future we're going to be using our own patterns. So the pattern will be listed where? Right here. The pattern will be listed to the side here, so that we can all follow along together. This is not my pattern, and it's a paid pattern, and all of the proceeds from this pattern go toward helping immigration aid programs in Minnesota, in the Twin Cities. So I am not going to take that from them, but please do, everybody who is interested, or if you haven't done anything to fight fascism today, go ahead and click on that link and purchase the pattern. It's only $5, and we'll probably be doing this together until it's finished. If we don't finish it today, I'll probably stream again tomorrow, and then we do live streams every Friday. We'll have another sort of activist themed crochet day. So yeah, so do check out the description below. On Twitch, I believe it's in the middle. Check it out and come and crochet with us. Summer says, the only ads I've had is when first joining the stream, otherwise there has been no interruption. Oh, that's good to know. Okay, so maybe that's all there is. Because I was worried when somebody, oh, not Avery. It's a very silly Shay. So should I call you Shay? Not Avery, probably. I bet you get that a lot, huh? People call me Ratandand a lot because of the lack of caps. When I interact with other streams, people call me Ratanand. I was like, okay, thank you. Shay is good. Perfect. I'll remember that. You already got the same pattern from Ravelry. I haven't started it yet. Perfect. Yeah, that's awesome. That is this exact pattern. So yeah, so you can definitely crochet along with us once this VOD goes live. You can restart it. But like I said, since it's not my pattern, I'm not really like discussing the like pattern much because I don't want to like, you know, I don't want to just like give away someone else's pattern for free, especially when they're using the money for a good cause. So, but if you wanted to crochet along with us, you could always come back. I'll drop the AI. I tried earlier, but they only let you do it every 30 days. Yeah. Oh, so you're saying, so in the future you're gonna be very silly Shay. That's cute. I mean, Avery is a cute name too, but it's like, if that's not what you intended for it to be, then it's like, you know, I hear you. Jessie says hi. Hello, Jessie. Jessie should get on. You should come say hi for real. I was just gonna say it's fun that you're over at Mom's house. But I guess you live there, so. It's not that crazy. I was like, you guys are hanging out without me. We should go hang out though. Alright, thanks so much for hanging out. We'll see you later. Love you too. And Lexi, yeah, I was just, it's funny, as I was setting up the Twitch again, for those who are new here, I actually used to stream regularly like 6 years ago. And as I was kind of reformatting everything for this new channel today, I came across a video that we did together back before Jessie and Lexi were dating. We played The Sims and we like shipped them and made them get married, and it was really funny. I just watched that like yesterday. It made me laugh. The caps. The caps? What happened to the caps? Oh, did the bot get mad at you? I haven't set up the bot yet, so sorry if it grabbed you. Let me see. Is this gonna make noise? No, it won't. Okay. Sorry, please hold. How do I make it? How do I turn it off? I'm gonna have to mess with it later. But yeah, I know that I didn't have time to set up a lot of the internals of this live stream because I was not planning on going live today until they announced the shutdown. I was going to give it another week or so to get everything set up. So it's not super polished yet. So I apologize for that. I am keeping a little list though of things that I discovered were missing, and the chat bot specifically blocking caps lock is on the list because it has already bothered me. So sorry about that. Nasty storm is coming in. Oh yeah, my gosh, that is so crazy. Do you mind if I ask, like, what area are you in? Is it gonna get hit hard? It's so crazy. I'm in Utah, and like we're usually known for our snow in our winters, but this has been like the warmest winter of all time. And we're like the one state that's not really gonna be affected by that storm, which is so crazy. You've been off all day, but it's scrambled your brain. I totally get you. I'm on the beach in the southeast. Oh, very cool. I just moved here from Florida. So yeah, we're almost neighbors. Or we were. Don't get snow, but we're getting it tonight. What? That's crazy. Oh man. I don't want to dox you. I'm like super curious. Because I just moved from Florida, so like if we weren't on live stream right now, I'd be like, oh my gosh, where? But I won't dox you. But yeah, my goodness. I am not excited to see the outcomes there. You're farther north than Florida. That's good. I was a little worried that you were saying that like the south was gonna get snow, which would be super scary. Is it blue? Oh, blue with NB? Oh, that's cute. Is that blue with NB? Gonna be back in a moment to co-work on a commission. Forgot to do something real quick. All right, well, hello, welcome. So glad that you'll be back. Yeah, blue with NB, that's cute. I like that a lot. I'm starting to feel like I keep catching this yarn and I'm starting to feel like I'm not super excited about it anymore. It's fine though. I love it. I think I might need to just like take a break for a second. Do you ever have to do that when you're working with a yarn where you're just like, I just need to back up for a minute and like revitalize my excitement to be working with this yarn? Because look how cute it is. Like this is the cutest yarn. I don't know if you can really see it, but it's very like wool adjacent. Like, do you kind of see that? Where it's very kind of loose fiber, which is so cute and so fun. It makes it look so silky smooth. But like, I also keep snagging it on like when I go through and do singles. So like this is happening, which hasn't been a problem because it's happened like a ton of times, and in the finished textile you don't really see it, but it is driving me crazy. It's driving me nuts. But it's fine. We'll be fine. Shay says, I got a big shipment of yarn from Michaels, but haven't opened it yet. I forgot what I ordered, so hopefully I got some red. Ooh, that's very exciting. Alternatively, I know some people are doing light blue in honor of Liam Ramos. So either that you have around is good. I was fortunate to have many reds to pick from. Not many, I guess. I have this like nice, I guess you can't really see the colors back there. That's like a nice like deep red, like an autumn red, and then this is like a burnt orange kind of reddish. But then I had this one, and I bought this yarn. Originally I got this for a dress for this doll right here, but it ended up being more pink than I wanted it to be. I wanted it to be this darker red color that ended up being that one. So I've just kind of had this really beautiful red yarn and nothing to do with it. And then when I saw the Melt the Ice hat, I was like, oh my gosh, I could use my pretty red silky yarn. I was so psyched. And now here I am. And I have no regrets. I'm glad that I had this yarn. Because I wouldn't want to do this out of just like acrylic, you know? Like, not that I don't have anything against acrylic. Like, yarn is flippin' expensive. I don't have anything against acrylic. And I think that other things like cotton are often very difficult to work with. So like, I love me some acrylic, but I'm glad to be able to work with something different, which I don't get to do very often. So. I know that might be a hot take, actually. I know that some people don't like acrylic for ethical reasons, which is totally fair. But my hot take on fiber types is whatever you can reasonably afford that brings you joy. And so therefore, me as a 30-year-old mother of two who works for nonprofits and part-time at a finance firm, acrylic is just fine. Just fine for me. I did get gifted a lot of like really nice wool though that I'm so flippin' psyched about. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. But like this right here, you can't really see too well, but this big chunk of white is like a size 6 or 7 full wool yarn. Like a chunky yarn, and I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. There's not very much of it. I think maybe 150, 200 yards. Maybe. I need to measure it because that would probably help me decide what I'm gonna do with it. She also gave me this like really nice blue wool yarn, which is not up here that you can see. So I'm making like a tiny, like literally like this big, amigurumi blue jay. It's one of my whips that I might finish on this stream. I'm really excited about it, but it's hard. It is so small and my eyes are so bad. Only a little light blue. Got rid of a lot of yarn. I feel you. Don't have a big stash now. Hey, you know, no worries. I think that any color is probably acceptable. Or of course, you can always come back with red yarn later. I don't know. I'm kind of like, I need to get more familiar with the movement with the hat. Because I personally kind of feel like it would be better if we came up with our own thing. You know, like there's been a lot of symbols that are like borrowed from other causes that I think have been good, but I think it would be good for us to come up with our own thing too. So I'm not putting too much stock into the symbols that we're borrowing. Be too warm to wear it. That's not true. Oh, well, I guess you're in the South, yeah, so yeah, it might be. I don't know, to be honest. Oh, the frogs! You're so right. We should get in on the frog party, I think. We might crochet some frogs. I think you already have a frog hat. I love that so much. I think that something else that I really want to be part of our community is just kind of like using scraps and yarn that we don't really have a home for otherwise. Because I've been pretty good at keeping my stash pretty minimal. Like I only have like one of each color and maybe 2 shades. So I feel like I'm pretty proud of myself. I haven't been buying up too much. But I do want to do a thing where we just like just use the yarn that we already have. So like having a non-color specific pattern where you just like grab your favorite skein of yarn and we're gonna make a colorful frog, you know? Like that kind of would be fun. We're kind of doing that next week. Next week we're doing a heart garland. So next week we are doing a heart garland for Valentine's Day, but I at least am going to be doing 1 heart for every person who has lost their life in ICE custody or by ICE hands, which unfortunately, the longer I put off this project, the larger that number grows. I think we're at 35-ish now. which is really tough, really hard. And I am determined to increase. It's not just for Valentine's Day. For me, it's not just for Valentine's Day. I will be adding one every time. And that'll be hard. You know what? I think it might even be good to have it on stream. Just kind of as part of it. Maybe I'll have it hang on the door here. Just like kind of draped there on the door. That might be nice. You made a video last week for a vigil. Yeah, with all the names. At that point, yeah, I need to go find all the names. I got the idea for this project back when it was only like 32, and I think we're at 35 or 36 now. It might even be more. But, you know, we try, and I think it's the awareness is important. But also something that's important about this channel, something that I think is something kind of unique that I haven't seen a lot of in all of my following of other channels. So if anybody has heard of something similar to this, let me know. But something that I'm striving to do on this channel and more in this community is, for us, the art itself is not the activism. Like, the hat, the creating of the hat is not point. The point is to get together and have a safe place for people to find community and to feel joy and to make space for themselves despite everything. But not just that, not in a way that forgets, but in a way that recharges us, to refill our cup so that we can go out and fight the fight. The point is not making the hat. The point is recharging so that we have the energy to go out and march and wear the hat. And that is very, very important, because I think that there's kind of this thing going on social media lately where the art itself is the only act of activism, which art is inherently political. It is. And I think that kind of our mantra is, in a world that benefits from keeping us tired and depressed, joy and art are revolution, and I believe that to be true. However, I don't think that sitting here and crocheting this hat is in itself an act of activism, nor will it probably help anybody. Which is why instead of just making the hat, I've started this community, because I wanted to do something that could actually make a difference and could actually get people together and organized. Mikey is North. Hello. Welcome to the chat, my friend. So yeah, our Discord, which if you haven't already, everybody follow our Discord, join our Discord. Our Discord will not only have fun places for you to share the things that bring you joy and whatever you're doing and working on while we're streaming, whether it be crocheting along with us, knitting, any other type of art, or playing a fun video game, or whatever you're doing to bring joy. But it will also be a place where we're going to have a section that will have resources for activism, such as a calendar of major events, voting deadlines, boycott lists, etc. How to reach out to your representatives and all that fun stuff for people who want to get involved but may not entirely just be able to drop everything and go march. Mikey, hello. We are working on the Melt the Ice hat. And yes, we are an activist stream. Check out the rules and everything posted below. It's not, so mostly our goal is to help people de-stress and find joy in kind of a, trying time. But also to provide resources for people who want to do more. Currently focusing on becoming a singularity. Why are you becoming a singularity? What do you mean? I'm gonna need an explanation for that, Morning Shadows. Oh my goodness. Keep losing the stitch. So that your density can become so overwhelmingly intense that I absorb ice into my essence and expel them in the form of a fine powder. I think I can get behind that. The channel with the only public social media account I have is the channel with the vigil. Oh, no worries. Okay, that's okay. So that's mostly just for people who like find us while we're offline. Like, I assume that if I'm sitting here talking to you that you're aware that we are anti-violence and anti-ICE. And that you wouldn't join otherwise. But that's for people who like find us while we're offline and aren't really sure what we're about, and just making sure that we don't end up with any bootlickers. No, I should probably have... I need to get a Discord moderator to like let people in while we're live, because a couple of people have asked about it. You've been an activist the past year, so I made your accounts private. I totally get that. Nobody's a fan of open borders. Nobody wants open borders. Super huge misconception that's being pushed by Fox News. Nobody wants open borders. Mostly we are just anti-violence. We're bipartisan. People from both parties are welcome here, as long as you are anti-violence and a decent human being. That's basically it. Not even Democrats want open borders, though. That would be silly. I'm trying to think if I've ever heard of a single person who just genuinely wanted open borders. I don't think I ever have. It's total lie, total lie. I've never heard of somebody in my private life or on social media or anything. I've never heard anybody advocate for open borders. That is so silly, and frankly just goes to show how much manipulation that is that they're pushing. Just so manipulative. There needs to be a balance and fairness. 100%. You know who has the strictest border laws of any first world country? I believe, and you can check me on this if you want, I might be wrong, but one of the countries with the strictest border laws is actually flippin' Australia, and they're not starting wars about it. They're not killing people in the streets because of it. Like, we can have strict immigration policy and also treat humans like humans. Like, I know that that's like a hot take. I'm just full of hot takes today. I know that that's like a crazy thought, that maybe we could like have border control and also be decent to people, but I bet you can, because Australia does it. I don't know that it was ever completely open, actually. That's not true. I understand why you would think that, because I know the propaganda is pushing that, but I don't think it's ever been completely open. Ever. Immigration is a red herring. Immigration is a red herring. That is not why this is happening. Part of fascism is to raise a private army along with othering groups to distract followers from their real goals. Agreed. All refugees were welcome. Okay, but open borders. So I think we have different definitions of what open borders means. Open borders means that you can travel as you please without having any sort of regulation for it. What you're describing is welcoming refugees, in which scenario, like, they still had to get documents like citizens did in order to function here. So, and also, like, no documents. Okay. All right, sir. You might need to read the room just a little bit on this one. It's all right that we're disagreeing, but I think we have kind of some different priorities here. I think at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, because it doesn't justify shooting people in the face. So, like, let's stay on topic. That's like my favorite thing that Republicans do, is that, like, well, Biden did this thing and Biden did that, and how come nobody freaked out when Biden did this? And it's like, that's really, like, not the point, though. Up here? What's up here? Oh, in Sweden? Wait. Are you talking about Sweden immigration law? Because I don't know anything about Sweden immigration law. I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the US. Okay. Mikey. I'm very sorry. I did not understand what you were saying to me. I thought we were talking about US immigration law. I apologize for the miscommunication. I do agree, though, that open borders is a bad idea. And I don't think most, yeah, sorry about that. Sorry for the miscommunication there. I do appreciate you tuning in from Sweden, though. Like, awesome to see people outside of the US who are, you know, kind of keeping an ear to the ground, I suppose. Though you may have just, like, stumbled across me. Acorn Tree, hello. Welcome, welcome. How are you? When you mentioned strong immigration policies, I knew the Nordic countries have very strong policies. They do have strong policies? I am doing so good, Acorn. Thank you for asking. Can I call you Acorn? Or do you want to be Tree? Or do you want to be Acorn Tree? Most people go with Acorn. Acorn is good. Cool. Perfect. I will call you Acorn then. Oh shoot, I snagged again. See, I love this yarn, but I am snagging like crazy on it. Bit too late. Yeah, shoot. What are you guys doing about it? Like, just to, because, you know, our leadership, if you can call them that, in America is kind of convincing us that our way is the only way, and it's getting people hurt. So I am curious how your guys' policies work. Restoring a chainsaw, that's fun. I have never done that. That's probably not something we'll do on stream, but way cool. Be a horse person and take care of your boys. Of course. Thank you so much, Summer, for hanging out. Of course not. I mean, I'll be here every Friday. So, come and find us. Join Burn. BURRN. We'll talk to you later. The chainsaw goes under the crafting tag. I mean, I guess, yeah, right? Like, Blue with Envy, hello. So should I call you Blue or should I call you Envy? Get water because survival is resistance. I love your vibes so much that I shook my camera. Sorry about that. You're very right. Let's take a water break. Where the heck did my water go? There it is. Everybody take a water break. That's where it's at. Blue is actually your name? Play on green with envy. Yeah. I got the play on green with envy, but since you changed both words, I was like, one of these is bound to be their name. So I love that. Okay, I'll call you Blue. That's an awesome name. That's your name in real life? That's awesome. Melted ice is in fact water, so we may as well consume our enemies. That, I love that. I might borrow that line for a little bit. I need to have like a little water reminder, especially for these longer streams. We probably won't do all day like this every time. It's just special today because for those outside of the US, you might not know, but we're actually on general strike today, which is scary and awesome and just crazy that we've gotten this far. And so today is a little bit special and we're doing a longer stream than usual, but in the future it'll probably be like 3 hours. It's probably like a good 3 or 4 hours. Good crocheting session. Eat the rich to consume your enemies. Yes, I love it. You're in South Korea. Oh, that's awesome. You moved from the States 2.5 years ago, so you don't get all the info. Yeah, we are on general strike in solidarity with, I don't know if you guys are familiar with what's going on in Minnesota. There's a lot of different stories of what's going on in Minnesota, and frankly, I'm not entirely sure if those are even true anymore. Oh, it looks like we just skipped frames. We should be okay though. Are we good? Familiar with Minnesota, yep. Covering a lot of it. I love that. Our news is not covering any of it. So I'm glad that you guys are getting that. Northernmost part of Sweden here, so kind of a bit off the news as well. Totally fine. Yeah, so on the 23rd Minnesota had their general strike, which resulted in the border, whatever, the big guy in the border control, who is just absolutely like the worst. He got demoted. He lost his job and was shipped off to like a little city in like Texas or something. They basically were like, that went poorly, get out of here. So the Minnesota general strike went really well, and so today the rest of the US is on general strike with them. And I am currently in a red state. I'm in Utah. So there's not a lot going on here because there's still a lot of Trump supporters in my area, but creating this community where like-minded people could get together and recharge from the drama and trauma of this fight so that we can go out and fight another day felt like the best way for me to fight fascism today. So that's why we're here. That's what we're doing. You work for yourself, so you gave yourself the day off. I love that. That for me too. It was so for a lot of people, just simply not going to work was enough of a change, like enough of an action. But unfortunately, I already work from home, so it didn't feel like I can take days off whenever I want to, and so it didn't feel like enough of an active resistance, and so I felt like getting this started, and I've been wanting to do this for a long time, was a good way to kind of bring all of that together. You're also in a red state, but because of the storm, people ended up taking off or leaving early today. Sometimes it feels like nothing is happening here. I feel you. It's really... It can be kind of depressing living in a red state when big stuff like this is going on, because I want to go out and participate. And I know that there was a group that did go down to Salt Lake City and protest at the Capitol.
I understand.
But I am just so far away from the Capitol that you know, and you could argue that I should have done it anyway. But this just felt like, rather than standing in a crowd, this felt like something that I could do that would have some longevity to it, because my long-term plans for this stream is not just, like I was saying, not just the crafting. My goals for this is to create a joy-based hub where people who are fighting fascism can get together and find all of the resources they need to do something every single day. So like, we're gonna have a calendar of major events, voting deadlines, active protests and boycotts, phone numbers and scripts for calling your representatives, stuff like that. So that is kind of the plan for this. It's not just going to be crafting. It's going to be like a full resource, I would hope. Yeah, so that's kind of what I was talking about earlier. Like, crocheting is not in itself an act of activism. It's wearing the hat at an event that is the activism. So, LL Scott, hello, joining from Minnesota. MN, is that Minnesota? And started casting on. Hello! Oh my gosh. How are you doing, Minnesota? How are you? I hope everything is going well for you. Oh my goodness. I love the way this yarn looks, but I am having such a hard time with it. I keep making a loop and then only grabbing half of it, and it ends up getting snagged. It's driving me crazy. Kind of glad I kind of left society. Still work and pay tax, but other than that, I collect my own water, food, and wood. Oh, that's the dream. Oh, I would love that. My dad grew up in Montana, so we spent a lot of time up in the mountains in Montana, and that life has just always kind of appealed to me. So, very cool. Shay says, I'm taking some time off from activism just because I am so burned out. Totally understand. There's only a small group of us here running protests. People will show up to the protest, but not to volunteer. We're merging with another group, so I'm letting them take more of the lead. I love that. I love that for you. I can relate to that. The only reason that it's been easy for me in Utah to find an active group is because fortunately we have a really big independence. Like we have, not independence, we have a large group of independents. You know what I mean? So, we have a lot of angry people here. Scott says, scared as all get out, but doing what I can. Totally understand. I've been off of social media today as part of the general strike. Looks like I got a notification that the stream is struggling, but my frames say they're just fine, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Hopefully we're still back. I've been off of social media today, so I hope everything is going okay. Especially for Minnesota. I hope that people are participating, but being safe. And, let's see, Shay says it looks fine. Good, okay. I keep getting notifications that it's struggling, but I, like, look at my stream health, and it's like, yeah, looks good. 0% frames missed. It's like 20 frames out of 700,000 were missed. That's 0.0%. So I'm not really sure what it's talking about, to be honest. Blue says, I'm in a swing state, but I moved to a red county and it's been rough online, but people show up to protest like crazy here, so it's a mixed bag. That's crazy. Isn't this social media? Yes, so I'm not consuming today. To be more specific. Yes, Mikey, thank you. I'm not consuming media today, just because if you haven't seen it, like I totally understand because you might not over there, but American social media is really, really hard right now. There has been a lot of dampening of the truth and a lot of AI to justify violence, and it's really, really hard to tell what's real, and also, you know, it's just a little bit of a screen detox. Other than this, which, like I said, is for me more building a community and making friends and talking to people who are like-minded than simply being on social media. Like, nothing against consuming social media. I'm not saying that that should be part of the strike for anybody. But just kind of for me, because I know I have been really sensitive to it, and I have family members who are still MAGA, which has been really hard for me. And I just, frankly, I don't want to see what they have to say today. So, for my own personal reasons, I'm off. You've not backed off of social media today specifically, dramatically cut back in general, both because of the terrible algorithms, but also your own mental health. It's important. It's important. And I think it was you who was saying earlier that you were saying that you've kind of cut back on activism, which is I totally understand it. And that's a very That's something that I've been hearing a lot of lately, actually. And there's absolutely no shame for needing to take a break at all. But it was a motivator. Hearing that from so many of my friends was a motivator for me to start this stream. Another one of the many. To kind of give people like us who are willing to do the work a place to recharge and feel seen and feel joy again, so that we can get back out there, you know? Because burnout, I mean, you can't. People who are willing to fight the fight need to take care of themselves. And I think that that's really important. And fighting burnout is, it's a big part of that. Oh my gosh, we're almost there. Let me make sure that's like cozy. Whoa, look at that. Like 6 more rows and I think we're there. Oof. Oh, it's starting to get dark here. I'm gonna turn on the light real fast. 1 second. This might mess with my lighting. We'll have to see. Did that ruin everything? That looks fine. You did lay off of Facebook and Insta years ago just because you hated it. Totally understand. Facebook and Instagram. I mean, I'm not a huge Meta fan at this point, to be honest. I deleted everyone off of Facebook who posted terrible things and hadn't spoken to me in the past couple of years, or who generally just didn't care about me. It's been a relief. Perfect. Yeah, no, honestly, I recently did the same thing, and unfortunately the list of people that did not make that cut was sizable. But you know, I decided that Facebook, it's been a long time since Facebook was used to keep up with relatives. Like, it's just, that's just not what it is anymore. And, like, my friends and family, they don't post on Facebook about what they're doing on a daily basis or, like, big updates. You hardly even see when people get married on there anymore. And so I thought, you know, I'm not going to subject myself to this curated, likely incorrect slice of social media just because they might eventually tell me if they're getting married. Like, it just, they were gone. Mikey says, well, me and X, so I was a user from start, just realized you don't like it anymore. Totally understand. It's just spam now. It is. It's reposts of political media. That's what it is. Like, I don't know if it's different for other people. It's not for me. I see a lot of AI stuff, which if you guys saw the rules in our channel, we are a no AI chat. Like, no, not chat, group. So, I feel very passionately about AI and the damage that it has done to the art world, especially crochet and writing, which are the 2 things that I like to do. So I just was done with the AI. I was done with the mindlessness. So I unfollowed a lot of people. I unfollowed a lot of people from work, actually, not because I didn't want to see what they had to say, but because I didn't want my opinions as an activist to affect my business. You know what I mean? So, like, I unfollowed all of my clients and stuff, and if they ask, I'm just gonna say that I deleted my Facebook because I'm not quite there yet. In a red state where people mostly disagree with me, it's hard to do. Blue says I had to delete my personal Facebook because we were getting threats. What? But you still have a public one from secretary and activism work. What kind of threats? Why were you getting threats? You're gonna need to answer. You're gonna need to elaborate on that one. I hope everything is okay. AI is a blight. It is. You're also Gen X. I do have an alt profile for my activist groups, but my personal one is just for Messenger, basically. I tried to do that, and Facebook wouldn't let me do that. Like, I'm so frustrated. Like, I tried to create another account just for Rattan and Rose to be my, like, activist channel. And it, like, insta-blocked me twice. And I don't know why it did that. You're just on YouTube and Twitch. That's basically where I'm at this point. It's just YouTube and Twitch. Your activist group got multiple threats this year too. That's crazy. YouTube for recreation account. Can make profiles under one account. Oh wait, what? Oh wait, YouTube for recreation, Twitch for this. Yeah, gotcha. And then Shay says, not another account, you can make profiles under one account. But then can't people, like, go back and forth between your profiles, though? Did I do this wrong? I'm gonna be really sad if I, like, blocked all of my work associates and didn't need to. Facebook can, but not others. But Facebook still knows who you are. Well, shoot. I wish that the YouTube tutorial that I watched would have told me about that. Oh, it's fun. I've got like a fly hair there. Well, shoot. I already blocked all of my colleagues, so I hope they don't take it personally. But also, like, I actually did delete my Facebook account, and I undeleted it because I realized that, you know, a media director should probably have a Facebook account. So, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I want to get off of Facebook, but it's so crazy how they've just absolutely made it so that you have to have one. It's like they intentionally made it so that it was super, super inconvenient for you to not comply, which I know is the goal, and I know they did on purpose. And it seems so silly to hold on to something like Facebook for that, but like I just moved from Florida and I have friends in Florida that is another red state. So I have friends that are probably posting things I don't want to see, but that I still love and want to keep in contact with. I don't know. It's hard. But then at the same time, it's like, do you want to be in contact with your Trump supporter friends? Like, not really. Like, are they really your friends? And then you get into how to even deal with the fact that you've got that going on, and it gets heavy real fast. Blue says it's part of being in a red county, apparently. I asked a question on my county's page for a completely different topic, but people found out I protested. They were threatening to call Child Protective Services because they're ridiculous. Wow. Yeah, that's huge. Yikes. What? One of our protests had someone bring a gun and point it at the protesters? What? I have not heard of that. Did that make it on the news? How come I didn't hear about that? I mean, let's talk about the news right now. But I have not even heard that that happened. Random death threats on Facebook. That's crazy. One of the queer groups I'm in had somebody threaten to shoot people at an event, and they're in jail, thankfully, but it's not been an easy year. It was on national news. What the heck? How come I didn't hear that? Or maybe I did. Was it a while ago? There's been, I mean, the horrors are endless, so it's possible I did hear about it. If serious, why not meet up on some onion site? I I don't know what you're asking, Mikey. It was a few months. Yeah, shoot. I mean, I won't out you, but I am gonna go and Google that because that sounds crazy. Some onion site, dark web. I don't know. What do you mean? I think most people don't know how to do the dark web. Like, that's not, like, common knowledge. That's crazy, though. Yeah, we, I guess Utah was on the news because, the infamous Charlie Kirk got shot here. At my brother's school, actually. Utah Valley University. Fortunately, my brother was not at school, but we made the news recently too. Twins. Starting to get common. I believe it. I have been on the dark web one time, and I did not even realize that I was there. True story. Like, I don't want to talk about it, but that was like, I've had exactly one experience. I feel like when I sit right here, there's like a shadow over my chin. Do you see that? Why? What is that from? I don't know what that is. It's gonna bug me now, though. Technologically illiterate people, then you might realize 100%. I'm technically, I feel like I'm technically literate, but I've had no reason to look for the dark web. I guess I just don't really know what's on there and why I would want to go. So I just have never really looked into it. I'm sure there's probably a YouTube video or something that would teach you. I'm sure it's not hard. I just never have had a need or desire to do so. That has been pretty much your job as an activist. What has? Being on the dark web? Or being technically literate? Wolf and bear spotting? Oh, that's cool. Why would you need the dark web for that? Is there not like a group? Like a forum or something? Keep having to go back because the string keeps fraying. Figure out technology to communicate. Oh, understood. Hey, that's kind of cool. I was illegal to hunt them over here. Oh, interesting. Even where they can hurt you? It's illegal to hunt them or to shoot them? So are you just supposed to let a wolf kill you? That seems strange. What? That's crazy. Yeah, well, it sounds like you guys have figured out how to solve that problem, which is good. Don't get killed by a bear. What? That's crazy. Literally, what do they want you to do though? Like, what are you supposed to do? Would they rather that you like politics aside, however you feel about the politics of your community, what is their actual like stance on if a bear comes to attack you? Will you get in trouble for fighting it? Like, I'm genuinely flipping curious about this now. Or like, do you have to beat it with your bare hands? Bare hands to bare hands? Whoever may the best May the best bare hands win. That's crazy. That's crazy. Alright, well. Yeah, that's probably a good use of the dark web then. I support this. I support this use of the dark web. That's crazy. Because I think, you know, obviously, wolves are protected in America also. Sorry, the United States also. But I don't think anybody would ever argue that their life is more important than, like, a person's. I don't even think animal activists would argue about that. Maybe they would. I guess they probably would. May the best bare hands win. Yeah, right? Like, you gotta fight them with your bare hands with their bare hands. If you kill it, there's always an investigation on whether or not it was necessary to kill it. That is so crazy. And so you have to, like, prove without a shadow of a doubt that you weren't just shooting it for fun. That you were actually in danger. Like, how would you even prove that? You wouldn't be able to. I guess that's the point you're making. Is that you probably wouldn't be able to prove it. And so people probably get prosecuted for it all the time because they can't prove that they were in danger because the danger is dead now. So how would you even prove it? That's insanity. That's something. I don't know, though. There's, like, this whole thing. This might be going too far, I guess. But there's this whole thing about whether or not you would prefer to be alone in the woods with a bear or a man. So, like, is he a nice bear? No, that's nuts. I think that I was driving through Idaho, and I think Idaho has a really big like, save the wolves thing going on, where I think you can get in trouble for fighting the wolves there too. I think. I could be wrong. But that's crazy. Like, I can't imagine anybody actually making a point that, like, a bear's life was more valuable than a person's. And maybe that's weird. Maybe that's, like, a weird thing to say, and I hope no animal activists, like, come for me. But, you know. Alright, I think we're almost done with this. Alright, let's see where we're at. Okay, so it's going to be folded in half. And I want it to sit kind of low. Ooh, we're so close. Like 3 more, I think, would probably do it. That means my estimate was a little bit off. You said something bad? Oh, did the chat get you? Okay, so I have not had a chance to set up our chat bot yet. Oh yeah, I can see what you said. I believe it. That's crazy. That's insanity. Yeah, but yeah, I haven't set up the chat bot yet. So the plan was that we were going to start this community next week. But when they announced that there was going to be a general strike today, I decided to push it up because I thought that it was timely. So all of the background stuff is not quite ready to go yet. Our chatbot is a little bit hyperactive. Though, to be honest, I do think that word is probably going to remain banned just because of the sensitivities of like the Epstein files and stuff that are going on right now. So, but yeah, I can read it, and that is crazy. That is nuts. So what's the claim to that? Like, what is the claim for defending bears so much? Do you only have like 4? Like, are they not really getting more of them? I mean, they must be critically endangered, right? Or something? Thank you so much, Acorn. I appreciate your time here. Have so much fun on your boat. Not sure what you're doing on a boat, but that sounds cool. I wish I was getting on a boat. And we will talk to you very soon, I hope. You live on an island. Oh, I see. Oh, very cool. Living the dream. I want to live in South Korea on an island. What the heck? I'm just sitting here in Utah. Well, have a lovely ride over to your island, and I hope you have a lovely night. Or day. I guess it's midday for you over there? Or morning? Alright, see you later. 4 bears. No way more than those being shot and licensed hunt. Oh, weird. So if there's not a shortage of bears, and people are organizing to like be aware of their movements and stuff like that, what in the world is the point? Why can't I get this? Alright, we should probably count and make sure that we're still at 23. Because I kind of think we're not. 1, 2, wait, is that? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Wow, I'm actually like super impressed that we've kept it at 23. I thought for sure we were falling back. Alright. Too many bears, not enough unlicensed hunting. That is so weird. So there's not enough for licensed hunting. Or they aren't licensing enough. They aren't selling enough licenses for all of the bears that you have, but also it's illegal to shoot them if they're coming after you. That confuses me. That's very silly. It sounds like you guys need to get organized and go and protest too. I think I would have a problem with that. I can see why you would be angry about it. Yeah, that's no good. Especially people who's got kids down there. Like, I don't know if you have kids, but I've got 2 babies, and I would absolutely shoot a bear dead if it got too close to me. That's why we do it in the dark, yeah? I mean, what are you gonna do? You know? That's crazy. I'm sure there are probably a lot of sites for getting organized against the current American regime that maybe I should look into, you know, honestly. But I just like, I can't be bothered with like the things that are public are so terrible that I just don't want to see what's not public. You know what I mean? Like, the things we do have access to are so bad that I don't even want to see the things that we don't have access to. I don't know. Might be helpful. I just don't know if I could stomach it. Bears are scary. Yeah, we have cougars here in Utah, so that's fun. And I live far enough away from the city that they have been a threat in the past, like when you go on walks in the morning. So that's cool. But they're pretty skittish. Like, I can't think of a time anybody's ever been attacked by one. I don't know, I'm sure it's happened, but alright, almost finished. I think we're gonna go back one more time and then we'll be set. So usually I would never get caught dead doing this many single crochets. I think in the future I would recommend doing double crochets for this pattern. I think that if we made our own pattern at some point, I would probably do that, but I don't want to take away from... They're gathering for charity, so, you know, I wouldn't want to make my own pattern to take away from that, but I would do it differently. It's like not my favorite pattern so far. You just got bears and wolves and some wolverines, but the last one seldom hurt humans. Yeah, wolverines, that's pretty neato. Yeah, I mean, we don't get a lot of wildlife here in Utah. I think it's a little bit overbuilt. What is it called? We've destroyed our climate, is what I'm trying to say. Like, we've destroyed the ability to have dangerous animals, which actually is a loss. Because I came here from Florida and they have so much wildlife there, and like, just, it's so cool, and everything's dangerous and it's cool. Like, it's way cool, and you gotta like watch where you're walking and watch where you're swimming and stuff like that. And there's not really like that in Utah because you're not gonna see any wildlife here. Just a little sad. You have sea snakes and sharks and drunk tourists. I hear you. I think in Utah what we have are MAGA and speedy drivers. Hi. Oh yeah? Did you just wake up from a nap? It's just getting late. My goodness, 5 o'clock already. Don't forget a water break. A water break? What are you talking about? In Utah? Do we have a water? What is a water break? I'm sure here it's very similar to coastal Florida. Yeah, I lived in oh, a water break. Right. Oh my god. A water break. I thought you were talking about like a water, like a mainline breakage or something. I'm like, I don't remember any water line breaking that killed people. Don't look at me. Yes, thank you. Much better. Do we like this setup for conversation more Or do we like this one? Because we have this crocheting scene, which I think maybe you guys haven't seen yet. But this one is a little bit more for the crochet with me. So if anybody's actually like following along or anything, they can see the crochet better. I should probably switch between the two, I guess, unless anybody has a preference. You need a sleep. Need a sleep break for like 8 hours. Hit the soft stuff. I love it. What time is it over there for you? It's probably getting pretty late, right? An hour past midnight. Yeah, dude. Well, thank you so much for giving me your midnight to 1 o'clock hour. I know that that's a very, very important and heavily protected hour, and I appreciate a lot that you came and hung out with us. And I'm sorry that when you got here, I thought you were arguing immigration law about the US with me. As you can imagine, that's a sensitive topic in the US, and I thought you were doing that, and I feel very silly about that. So, but thank you for sticking around, and I appreciate your time with us. I think that's fun too, that you came here from Chainsaw too. That's super fun. Well, I hope that if you feel like it, drop a follow, join our Discord. I would love to have you part of the conversation again. It was very nice talking to you. Thank you so much, Mikey. Sleep good. They sure do. People meet in the weirdest ways. But you know, that was the point of this stream, was to meet people in the weirdest ways. Thank you for a follow. I look forward to seeing you more. And talking about bears more. And tell me when you get a bear, when you find one. I didn't have any hunters in my family, but I'm sure they would have been excited to get a bear. Yay! I think we did it! Look at that! Yay! Okay, here. Let's switch back to the big screen here. So, for hats, for anyone who's crocheting now or will crochet later and isn't familiar with hats, you want it to fit around your head when it's stretched, not when it's loose. So this is just a couple layers longer than fully stretched out, which is totally good because I wanted to kind of get rid of this part that we did with the original pattern, which called for the slip stitches, which we changed for those who just got here. We changed from the slip stitch, which was in the pattern, to single crochet because slip stitches are not fun. I don't enjoy doing them. So yeah, so we switched. And it did give it a different look, of course. I really like, here, let me switch things again. I do really like this look of the slip stitches. I think that it got really close to, it kind of looks like a knit pattern, like it looks like it was knitted. It just, slip stitch is not fun. It doesn't, it takes, this is maybe, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 2. This is 8 to 10 rows of slip stitches, and I got almost nothing done. Versus this right here is 10 rows of single crochets, so you can kind of see why we switched here. There's no way in a million years we would have finished this if we were just doing the slip stitch. I don't know why, but it's getting like really felty. I don't know why that is the only part that's getting felty, because like this isn't, but the slip stitch is getting really felty. Weird. But anyway, all right, so well, there's that, and let's see, what do we are going to split this into 2 streams, so, but I'm trying to decide Okay, so repeat, fold, ribbing, and slip stitch both sides together to make the hat larger or smaller, subtract rows. Okay. Fold, ribbing together, slip stitch both sides. Does that mean like this? Or like this? Like this? Or like this? Let me, sorry. Turn the ribbing so the right side is on the inside and the wrong side is facing you. Pick which side you like best. For the right side. Oh, I see. Hat body worked. And, oh, babe. Okay. Alright, let's see. The cat had something to say. Oh, I love that. I figured it was something like that. My toddler does that to me all the time. Alright, I'm not sure what to do at this point, to be honest. Okay, so it says fold ribbing together and slip stitch both sides together. So I think it's talking about like that. I think this is what it's talking about. Slip stitching these. Or is it, because it needs to do both, so I'm trying to figure out, well, what's the next? Switch to a 5mm hook, turn ribbing so the right side is on the inside and the wrong side is facing you. I'm not really sure what this means. As much as I hate this, we might have to watch a video tutorial of just this part. Let me see if I can even find it. This is not a clickable link. There we go. Okay, let me see.
The stitch, and you can also see how similar it looks to the stockinette knit stitch. A couple things about this stitch is that it should always be worked in the round. Another is that it's just like completing a single crochet stitch, except
This is
the
not
stitch itself.
the video that was linked. Why did it bring me here? Open link in new tab.
Here's the first.
And it brings me to the waistcoat stitch. I already know how to do a waistcoat stitch. Oh, that's not a video tutorial for the hat. That's just how to do a waistcoat stitch. Ah. So I think it means to join these two sides. I think. because it looks like the rest of it is done worked in the round, which would not be possible if it was like this. That's just like my thinking, but I don't know if I'm correct or not. But I think that that's probably right. I don't know if anybody else bought the pattern. If you haven't, you should. Support charity. Support immigrant families. Anyway, though, switch to a 5mm hook, turn ribbing so the right side is on the inside. Well, both sides are the same for me, so I don't think it matters. So the right side is on the inside, and the wrong side is facing you. Hat body worked in joined rounds, do not turn. Pretty sure it wants us to slip stitch these together. Pretty sure. Which is gonna be a little weird because, like I said, this kind of has. Should I just unravel this? It's gonna be so hard to do from this side though. Maybe I'll just cut it. But it's also kind of cute. Like, it turned out really nice. Like, I really like the look of it, but I hated doing it. Like, I don't know if that's relatable or not. Like, because it looks really nice. But it was not fun to do. I think I am going to unravel it. I don't want it to look... I don't want it to, like, compress the edges and have it not lay right. Well, here we go. Sorry. If I unravel this... from this side, will it cause problems? I really hope this doesn't ruin everything for us. I hate cutting crochet. It makes me so nervous. Hi, what? You always be yelling at me. Always yelling at me. Alright, we'll switch cameras because frogging is a lot of fun to watch. What? What? What do you need? What is it? Oh my gosh, hi. Last time you were up here, you didn't hang out. Sit. Sit down. Not right there. No. Madam. Well, I guess this is how we're working. Now I can't find the end to frog it. What am I doing? Did I make a mistake here? So much of a mood. It really is. She needs attention, but I need to figure out, ma'am. I need to figure out how to unravel this thing. Oh my gosh, I've never had this hard of a time unraveling. That is usually not the problem for me. They really do. They really do pick the worst time to need attention. Hey, you were over there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Bro. What are you doing? Okay, I've never struggled to unravel something before. Usually I have to try really hard to not get it to unravel. It should just, like, go. Am I silly? What's happening right now? Well, great. Now I'm starting to feel like I shouldn't have cut it at all. Andromeda. Okay, you gotta go, bro. Thank you. What am I doing? How do I do this? Somebody save me. Do I just cut all the way down? This confuses me greatly. I'm very confused. Ugh. I hate cutting it this much because I kind of wanted to use this scrap for something else. I have a scrap project that I was working on. Just do it. Just go. Why are you fighting me? My goodness. This is a tragedy. Okay, I think if I just cut all the way across. I hate this so much. This is super uncomfortable. Okay. And if I just pull off all the bits. Okay, that is a semi-acceptable shortening. I hate it, but we're gonna slip stitch past it anyway, so I'm not really too worried about it. Oh my goodness. Alright, so we're going to do slip stitch, but because I am no longer sure about the integrity of this end row, we're probably going to slip stitch the next one over. So it'll have a little bit of an overlap, but we're gonna have that on the, what did the pattern called it, the wrong side. So we'll do that on the wrong side so that you won't really be able to tell. Oh boy. All right, here we go. My word. Okay, so we're gonna go 2 rows in to do these slip stitches. All turned around here. There we go. All right, I am confident in that stitch. It's hard with these slip stitches. I can't really tell where everything was. Ugh. I regret going slip stitch at the beginning. I really do. The lighting is also starting to be bad in here, so we might call it when we're done with these slip stitches. I need to go and get lights, like proper lights for this. I'll put that on my list. Oh my goodness. My tension was so tight on the slip stitches that I'm having a really hard time getting it through. I'm kind of alright with that though. Like, this hat was never supposed to be perfect. It's okay. What are you getting into over there? Get into my boxes. Alright. Okay, I'm making progress here. Okay, yeah, so my understanding of the pattern is that we are slip stitching just the two ends together, which it doesn't really say. So it says both sides, but I know that we're also going to be folding it in half, so that does confuse me a bit. So I'm hoping that this will all just work out, honestly. I don't love surface crochet, so I'm having a hard time with these slip stitches. Not a hard time, I guess, I just don't really like them. I'm tempted to just do single crochets anyway, just to have them kind of tuck the ends in a little bit more. There. Almost there now. Yeah, you hear that like punching through the like super tight slip stitches. Not my best work. That's what I asked for though, but I'm an amigurumi. I do mostly dolls. So I work with really tight stitches. And I was not prepared to do attire. I probably should have thought of that before I started. But here we are. Anyway, I do my best. And I think it's turning out okay. I am really excited to get to the waistcoat stitch. That is like my favorite kind of stitch. Actually, it's not super important, but now I'm kind of wondering what my favorite kind of stitch is. I think, honestly, a triple crochet might be my favorite kind of stitch because it just covers so much ground and it's so fun to like twist it around multiple times. And just for fun. So I noticed that, going from double to single is just an extra twist. And this might be a no-brainer to everybody else who crochets, but I just realized this. Going from double to triple crochet is just how many times you wrap it around the hook and do pull-throughs. And so just for fun, I did it like 14 times. And it was a good time. If you guys haven't done a freaking 14 level crochet, you should try it. It was a good time. Okay. Here we go, I think. And then does it want us to stay attached? Turn the ribbing so the right side is on the inside and the wrong side is facing you. Okay, so this is the wrong side. Is facing us. Hat body worked in joined rounds. Do not turn. Chain one. Okay, so I think that it does not come off of this. We do not disconnect. So we're just gonna leave that on there, I think. This seems so strange though. Are we not gonna fold it? Am I silly? Did I make this too big? Now I'm like worried. Because I thought that we were gonna fold it in half. And now I'm worried that it's too large. No, it looks like it is folded. But then why would it be? So this side is here, and then we're going to be crocheting in the round for the top. Oh, and then we just fold this up. Okay, I'm silly. That does make sense, actually. Yeah, ignore me. It's fine. Everything is good. You're confused by some of the parts. Oh, yes. Yeah. No, it is confusing. I think I would personally, as somebody who does patterns, I would personally have done this a little bit differently. I did change it up a little bit. So the pattern calls for slip stitches, which is back and forth slip stitches. And I did not like doing that. It was very, very time consuming, covered almost no ground, and it didn't really give the stretch that I was looking for. So I switched from slip stitches to just single crochets, which I think turned out pretty nice. It has the ribbing that is, it looks more like the picture. I don't completely understand how the picture even got that way. I don't know, hers looked differently than mine, but the issue I'm coming up with, or I had, honestly, was I do a lot of amigurumi, which is a much, much tighter stitch. It's yarn under, yarn under. So my slip stitches were just not coming out right. And I'm sure it was me doing it wrong, to be fair, to be fair to the creator of this. But also, I'm not gonna create my own or edit it, because this pattern is the proceeds of this pattern are going to supporting immigrant families. So we're not going to make our own, but I do think there are things that I would have probably done differently. I do feel better now that I've kind of figured out where I'm supposed to be at this point. So yeah. All right, cool. So there's that. We slip stitched the thing together. This is going to be the underside. The wrong side is what the pattern called it. Yeah, so we're going to fold it around, and then we're going to do what looks like waistcoat stitches, which are my very favorite. You're using single crochet. I am using single crochet instead of slip stitches. They go further, and like I said, I just have a really tight tension, so it just wasn't working for me. And especially on stream, it was taking too long. It was taking too long to do it. So, yeah. So there's that. So that is the banding around the head, which when it's finished should look like, let me see if I can do this without. So it'll be like this. Is that comfy? Oh yes, that's very comfy. And then this is going to be folded up like that. Might make that change too. Yeah, definitely. I would just do, I think that the reason that they did slip stitches was because it looks more like a knitting pattern, which if you'll recall, the original pattern for this is a knitting pattern. So I think they were trying to emulate that same look. But I'm not a fan of slip stitch. I do not like slip stitch. Especially making an entire tapestry or not tapestry, textile. Make an entire textile out of slip stitches. When I saw we were going to do that, I lost my mind a little bit. So yeah, so we switched to single crochet. Let me switch cameras here. So we switched to single crochet and did just enough to, with hats, what's important when you're measuring is you want it to fit your head when it's stretched. So not when it's just what is it? Not stretched. But like you want it to kind of like, you want to pull it, like stretch it around your head so it's comfortable, but then like a little bit tight so that it actually sits there. So that is where that goes. And then we're going to start doing the waistcoat stitches on top of that. And I'm trying to decide, it is getting late over here. We have been live for 7 hours and I'm losing daylight. And unfortunately, since this is my first stream of many, I do not have really great lighting. I have this thing, which is like not a great angle or anything. So I think we're actually probably gonna call it there. This has been a lot of fun. I'm very, very excited to have this stream up and running. Everybody who has been with us, thank you so much for hanging out, and thank you so much for chatting and being present with me. We had a really active community today, which just brings so much joy to my life, and I really appreciate everyone who is around. If you have not already, do drop a follow, subscribe, turn on alerts. We'll be doing, I'm probably gonna live stream the rest of the hat tomorrow. I hope tomorrow. We'll see. Depends on whether or not my kids will let me be gone for another day. We'll see. How do you say your name? Is it Hemichimi? What would you like me to call you? Can I call you Kemi? Kemichimi? Did I say that right? That's important to me. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and doing the pattern along. There will be a VOD of this. I'm not entirely sure how YouTube does it. I think that it will be posted as soon as I end the stream or shortly after. If you are starting with the pattern and just want to get this part done, of course, feel free to skip through that. Though it is pretty straightforward. I think you just want to do single crochets back and forth. I did about 25 thick, 23 is where I landed, until it fits around your head. Can't wait for part 2. Of course, I am very, oh yeah, there's my, there is my alarm to get dinner done. So, of course, thank you so much again for hanging out, and probably be live again tomorrow or Sunday. We'll finish that. So follow our Discord if you haven't already. The link is in the description. And yeah, come and join the community, and thanks so much everybody for hanging out, and we will see you next time.